All right, folks. No intro today. We're jumping right into it. We're going to do a little slave hunting. If you've been here before, you know the protocol. We're going to run some breaking live feed slave news, and we're going to draw in some right-wingers and some leftists, some collectivists, some slaves, I euphemistically call them. And we're going to see if we can force a dialogue or a revelation, because I'm not so great at dialoguing at times with certain folks, or just in general. It's a me thing. But yeah, we're gonna see if we can force a back and forth and facilitate a revelation event, potentially even get a look into the mind and heart of a slave, and potentially facilitate or force a conversion if it is available. So without further ado, let's get right into it. This usually is just for the benefit of the playback folks. And of course, link is always in the chat and the number is always the same. So if you got questions, comments, concerns, if I got it wrong, that's your opportunity to get a hold of me. And of course, keep me aligned here. If my audio, my video is not correct, I need you. That's good. Scroll that. Folks like to scroll everything but what's needed. So if my video, my audio, if anything is off at all, it's not tailored to your liking, then please let me know. I need to be aware of these things. All right, let's go. Magic slave bus. Camera footage. Hands and feet inside at all times, folks, and no throwing police departments. So I have to focus on the road.
We're still working on identifying other potential witnesses and continue to ask the community for support. Again, if you know something and yet you have not had an opportunity.
Oh, run the likes up and share to your anti-social media as well, because we got to break into this algo.
Opportunity to talk to us, please call that number again, 206-233-5000.
Call in, inform on your fellow man and woman quickly, please.
But due to the high levels of calls that we have been receiving, if you leave a message, someone will get back to you as soon as possible. I also want to make a plea to an 8th victim, potential victim that showed up at UW on Sunday. This person checked himself in with a potential gunshot wound. Due to legal barriers, we're unable to acquire the identity of this person. However, if you are that person, please reach out to us. We would like to make sure, number one, that you're okay, and number two, if you would like to speak to an investigator, please reach out to us so we can determine if you may have seen what had happened. I want to be clear that we have 2 deceased and 4 identified injured people who are not related to the suspects in any way. They are innocent victims of this senseless act of gun violence. Right now, we're working with witnesses to identify those who may have been involved. While there has been information swirling that we're looking for only one suspect, we're not saying that. It's possible that there could be more, but due to conflicting witness statements, we're trying to determine who was involved. Once we have that information, we will release that and that suspect description or suspect's description to the public. I do not believe that there is an immediate danger to the public because this was a targeted incident. There are families grieving who have lived through a total nightmare. They deserve justice. We want to hold those accountable, and we want to be responsible and responsive to our community. As we discussed yesterday, we believe this is linked to gang violence, and we're working to determine the groups involved and what their relationships may be. Let me add that we're also working with our federal partners, state and local partners, as a part of this investigation. To the investigation. We recovered 14 shell casings from 2 different caliber of weapons during our processing. On the scene that night, we recovered a polymer 80 9mm ghost gun with an extended magazine that had a 33-round capacity. And when it was recovered, there were 19 rounds in the magazine.
All right, we got one of our first Luciferian Masonic hint drops, as always. Ghost gun with 33 bullets in the magazine. What are the odds of that, huh? Not 32, not 34, 33 on the dot. Man, this fucking gun violence, especially these ghost guns, are really getting out of control, guys. I feel like something's got to be done about this. I'm starting to feel like maybe we need to give up some more rights to stop this. We don't want this, do we? We don't want private property untracked and untraced circulating around that could potentially be unsafe and harmful. No. We don't. That's not what we do here.
I'm going to repeat that.
Repeat that.
On the scene that night, we recovered a polymer 80 9mm ghost gun with an extended magazine that had a 33 round capacity. When we processed that weapon, there were 19 rounds left in that weapon. Those who may be unfamiliar, a ghost gun is an untraceable weapon that lacks a serial number. They are typically homemade and they are illegal. This was the firearm that was recovered from the 15-year-old suspect who was in court yesterday for assault and weapons violations. The second gun we recovered was a Spring Armory Model RO compact 9mm with a standard magazine. There were 7 rounds in the magazine, and we do not believe this weapon was used in the incident. A third firearm was recovered by patrol officers yesterday during the food vendor cleanup effort. This was a Glock Model 45 9mm pistol with a fully automatic switch. It had an extended magazine with a 40-round capacity, and 21 rounds were left in the magazine. I'm going to repeat that. The third weapon was recovered by patrol officers during the food vendor cleanup effort at the Seattle Center. This was a Glock Model 45 9mm pistol with a fully automatic switch. It had an extended magazine with a 40-round capacity, and there were 21 rounds left in that weapon.
All right, just listening in to Seattle's police chief discussing the shooting over the weekend and the weapons that were recovered at the Bite of Seattle, a fatal shooting, several suspects still on the run. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.
Can we get back to slavery? Did we ever leave? I'm not quite sure we ever left.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. The Senate has officially confirmed the new Director of National Intelligence, Jay Clayton, through as President Trump's pick to head up the nation's intelligence agencies.
I can feel freedom and rights happening right now.
After President Trump actually sought to delay this nomination, and he will replace Bill Bill Pulte, who was sitting in the interim role, but also Tulsi Gabbard, who resigned from that role. I do want to put up a post from the president talking about Jay Clayton, saying congrats to the great Jay Clayton on his confirmation by the U.S. Senate.
So my new thing is I'm just going to start reporting all this, what it could be as actual fact. And I'm sure I do that to some extent already, like especially when I'm in my modes. But my new thing now is we're just going to report that this whole planet's been taken over or created by an alien race and is just being we're going that way. We're gonna rebrand here every few months or so. We rebrand, and in some way, somehow, we do that, or we come up with a new marketing strategy. That's the new marketing strategy. This whole planet, this whole race is either created or been taken over by aliens, and it's just been run perpetually to do the same slavish shit over and over again. Is how I'm phrasing it. That's what I'm presenting now. So I want the audience and the chatters to immediately update our wrap here to include we might even move away from Luciferianism. That's not controversial enough. The slaves they can't respond to that. They have no SQ, they have no spiritual intelligence. So when we report that they're all saying they're inhabited by a Luciferian spirit that does the same thing over and over again, they're like, whatever. Aliens is where it's at. That's new, that's hot, that's hip, it's fresh, and it's really controversial. So yeah. All right, let's try it out right now. You pathetic fucking citizen slaves are embarrassing. This whole planet is run by some kind of reptilian alien creatures. It's more than obvious at this point. There is no mammalian, empathic, intuitional, or instinctual intelligence reigning here. It is just pure reptilian energy. There's almost zero care. There's an absolute bloodlust. It's just absolute selfish, just materialistic chasing greed here. You know, you try to show or tell people something about love and care. They go, calm down and just get back to the slavery. What's your problem? We don't see a problem. So, there it is. We revealed it right here. Oh, numbers are going up for that. See, that's effective. Just even right there in our simulation. Bam, we added 20 on. Okay, so that's how we're going to report this. And feel free to share that with your friends. Because it doesn't even matter what we speculate and presume and assume is going on physically or spiritually top down. And it may as well be that. May as well be. If you look around at your government and how they just come in, come out, come in, come out, they live, they die, they live, they die. It all goes the same way every time, and they all serve the same beast system. And we're all expected to believe these are just random individual people getting together, doing randomized events and doing governance, right? No, I'm not buying it. Sorry. Every 50 to 100 years, they do the same fucking thing they did the last 50 or 100 years to the fucking T. And I'm supposed to sit there and go, these are all just their own people. No, they're being run by reptilians.
To be the next director of national intelligence. Jay is outstanding in every way and will do a spectacular job as director. It was confirmed by a 51-47 vote, much along party lines. Let's be joined right now here on Live Now from Fox, from the Associated Press covering national security, Eric Tucker. Eric, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. 51-47. This was delayed by the president finally getting a Senate vote. Can you break down the vote and what it means for the president to have his man in that role?
Yeah, I think the vote total was not a surprise in light of Jay Clayton's performance at his confirmation hearing. It was clear that he had alarmed Democrats when he refused to acknowledge that Donald Trump had lost the 2020 election to Joe Biden. And that was something that I think gave some Democrats pause.
We're working on those as we speak. We're
sort of rid of Bill Pulte.
We're creating data centers as we speak to offset the data centers.
Democrats in the vote lining up against Jay Clayton.
And we talk about his role in this, and some of the picks for DNI are interesting. Jay Clayton, a U.S. attorney from the Southern District of New York, a former Security and Exchange Commission chairman. Who is Jay Clayton, and what does he bring to this role?
So, when you think of Jay Clayton and his background, obviously he's a lawyer. He holds one of the Justice Department's most prestigious positions by virtue of being the top federal prosecutor in Manhattan. As you mentioned, he also was a director of Securities Exchange Commission. So his background is really in Wall Street and not in intelligence.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about adding on another verse to my Gospel of Lukewarm that I'm gonna write for my Bible, because the first one was written by Paul anyway, so why shouldn't the second one be written in the same fashion or by the same beingness, I guess? And it's perfect, right? Even down to the story, like who and what we are, and then what we start to tap into. So yeah, in my Gospel of Lukewarm, these folks will be in it. All the beta males, the fascistic corporatist beta males who all look and sound the same and all dress the same and all virtue signal the same way. It'll be like in the first scripture where they talk about the meek inheriting the earth, except in my version, it's the dweebs inherit the earth. Because that's exactly what we have going on here. We have the weak inheriting the earth and the dweebs inheriting the earth. Every single channel, everywhere you go, everybody's got to put on this goofy fucking costume to dress themselves up like something valuable and powerful, and it is beyond embarrassing. Every time I see one of you corporatist beta males, and it's like, I swear, that's another thing too that proves to me that this place is created and run by reptiles, is they're all the same types of people. Literally, you could just, one of these days we have to do, there's so many bits we can do, but we have to do a bit where we put up on the screen the 5 or the 10 types of people, and we just go through all of them and categorize them, and then you just start to see how fucking predictable and ridiculous this whole reality is. And they're running around going, I'm my own person, I have my own thoughts. You don't. You dress the same, you look the same, you sound the same, you drive the same shitty cars everywhere. You have the same perfume scents. You're all like right out of a fucking factory. You all profess the same ideas that are all half-baked and go nowhere. And you present it as if you're in charge and know something. Absolutely fascinating to imagine going back to a time where what was good and great was a 300 Spartans-like creature, and now this is who's running your life and your world. The weak shall inherit the earth. Bunch of effeminate, limp-wristed cowards, as usual. I got to do the same rap every day because that's what it is. They go, you're looping. The rap doesn't change because these slaves are looping and the reality doesn't change. And a bunch of supposedly free and brave tough guys on the ground, in or out of uniform, won't do a motherfucking thing to stop this. This revolution of the dweebs. And the worst part is, you know how often it happened again last night? You know how often somebody who's like me and in these places defers to these dweebs because they're so indoctrinated, they think a suit and glasses and a certificate means you're successful? I'm not going to name any names, but somebody who's around here lately pulled it on me last night, right out of nowhere. They'd pull it right out of the subconscious mind where they're programmed with their bitterness and resentment. Paul, you're just mad these people are all more successful than you. Will you define success? How can you be a limp-wristed, effeminate, dweeb coward and be successful on any level beyond a certain point? Oh, I gotcha. Because you fucking rigged the system where nobody actually can compete and co-create and cooperate unless they have all the papers. They got to be a weak-ass dweeb with no life in order to co-create and compete and cooperate. And then we use the system on top of that to make sure we stack the deck every which way, right? And then we go, we're winning. Just like a weak coward dweeb would do. And you guys lap it right up. You're so disconnected and disillusioned and in denial. It's just that easy, folks. You put on the suit, you get the background going with the little trophy right here, you know, little trinkets, your degrees and certificates behind you, you know, and that's it. You're successful now. Right? You can show all the symbols of value and power. Don't worry about the fact that you're an absolute faithless, heartless, gutless, ballless coward at your core who's involved in corporatism and fascism. You're winning in a completely stacked deck delusion hallucination. Should we play the clip of Fleischer last night, who was giggling and laughing because he even said, "I love this game," when the guy came in to talk about right to travel and he tried to say it didn't exist? Fleischer, what world do you all live in where your dweeby ass shows up with half a hairdo? Even your fucking hairline runs away from that effeminate mouth of yours that can't stop lying and playing power games. What fucking world do you live in where you show up in your goofy bow tie dressed like a powder blue clown and I'm going to listen to you? Right. Only a world where you stack the deck with a bunch of jocked out tards who can't find their ass with two hands, who are steroided out and willing to do wrong so you can sit there and LARP. Because in any other reality, you and I both know you'd be sucking my feet, and I'm being nice when I say it that way. And actually, let's go one step further. I'm in a bit of ego right now. You wouldn't be sucking my feet because I wouldn't have you anywhere near me, and I wouldn't want to be involved in a negative karma of doing coercion and duress on you, but you get my fucking point. Only in a world where the dweebs have inherited the earth and their suits and ties and their glasses and they're quoting other men. Only in their delusion, illusion, and hallucination where they stack the deck could they have any power and value, false as it is. Beyond laughable. How do you wake up every day? I'm going to answer my own question like I always do. You wake up every day getting off on it because you know subconsciously in any other reality or world you'd be somebody's bitch. But in this one, all the slaves believe you and they buy in and they pay for it and they accept it. So you fucking get off on it. I'm going to go to court today and try to order around someone like Paulie Boy, who in another reality would just fucking bend me over and mount me like the bitch that I am. Are you kidding me? This has to be one big fucking punk show here. It has to be one big Truman show. They just built it all for me to watch me go insane or to watch me go sane, I guess, and yell and scream all along the way. I cannot imagine this. And it's not a one-off by any means. It's everywhere at all times. It's ubiquitous. And yous all did this. They know they did this, and that's cool, because like Luke Skywalker, the dark side of the Force is my father. I really woke up during COVID when every fucking corporate dweeb and their mother and father started acting out on me and talking down to me and threatening me. Boy, did I fucking wake up like never before. I couldn't believe it. I said, what membrane did we pass through here where you all feel comfortable enough in this reality to attack me or assault me or try to take my rights? You must really want some fucking trouble around here. And you know what the answer is, demonically? They absolutely do. They absolutely do. They know what's going to come of this. A whole bunch of other people out there just like me who are sick and tired of it, who at some point, if we don't stay balanced and centered and focus on what needs to happen, folks are going to go over the edge. Because they can't fucking believe they woke up in a world today where Fleischer and his bald ass head and ridiculous polka dot tie are running our lives. While they trick and pay for pussy. Okay, it was a family show. Sorry, that's why they don't watch you, Paulie Boy, and subscribe and pay, because you're real and honest. As they stack the whole deck so they can be perceived as successful, so they can finally get some pussy in this life, is really the bottom line. Let's just get right down to it archetypally. Whole generation of fucking simp tricks and hoes. Whole generation of money chasing worldly fucking cowards with no principles and value system. And they come to my channel every day. You want me to read you the last 10 from yesterday? They come to the first channel and everywhere else to tell me I need to shut up and go away because they're going to do something to me. Don't you get it? I already expected you to do it. I can't believe you haven't done it yet. It's part of my self-sabotage there, right? That's another reason that they don't understand Paulie Boy. They don't like him or they're scared of him. You know, he's got a self-sabotaging edge, it seems like. Well, I got to circle back because the bottom line is I can rant and rave and I can point it out. And, you know, we can bond over it or fucking laugh at how ridiculous it is. But we're back to square one once again because why? Cause and effect. The only way this could happen and continue to happen is by virtue of what folks are not doing. You can get judged by what you do and what you don't do. That's why the weak and the dweebs are going to inherit the earth, because we don't want to go inside individually and on a mass scale and harness our true value and power, our true strength. So what do you deserve, right? We're back to that word, deserve. I love that. I love when I sit around and the word just hits me and it's right in front of your stupid fucking chimpanzee face. That's me. I'm talking about me right now. Right in front of Paulie's chimpanzee face is the word deserve, and you look right there again and it's deserve. Based on what you are of service to dictates what we will get here. And this is what you all served, and this is what we all get. The dweebs and the weak shall inherit the earth and run our lives in their suits with their effeminate affect and their glasses and their quoting of other men. Because we just won't bring God forward in this motherfucker once and for all and stand on it. And they all go off. Imagine them. Imagine how they all go off together, and they don't even have to say it. It's an unspoken thing. How they laugh and laugh. Oh, they go out. They do their alcohol and drugs and whatever they're into. They buy their hookers and they laugh and laugh. Did you see so-and-so there in the court there today? Yeah, really bent the fuck over for us, huh? In any other world, he'd have beat shit out of us. Now we're running the show, right? Fucking, of course they get off on it. You did it. You keep paying, you keep cooperating, you keep complying, you keep acting like there's any legitimacy there. You keep getting in my face and telling someone like me, I'm not a success, I'm a loser. There's the success. And point to an Alan Dershowitz. There you go.
And I think, though,
there's just running your life, folks. Get a good look.
The president is really trying to
there's just keeping you safe.
That will support his claims about, election integrity. And he was looking for somebody who he thinks can do that. In a lot of ways, Jay Clayton, by virtue of his background, is more palatable than some of the other picks. And so I think the pressure is going to be on him from Democrats to sort of see how mainstream he's going to be in his thinking and to what extent he winds up being influenced by the president's demands.
And you're absolutely right, sir. We got someone down there who seems to get it. I read it quickly. May have to reread it. Revelation 2:9, Geneva Bible 18, very small. I can barely read it. Let me go over here with it. Bible 1599 explains the IDF Hamas headbands have symbols of XIE, which in Greek is 666, Satan playing both sides. Oh, it's always the case, sir. It's always the case. We go back in history like the dunce who came here yesterday. He's admitting on one hand that he knows the Ford Motor Company, Prescott Bush, and others funded the Nazis, and in the same breath, in his cognitive dissonance, goes, you don't support the war we did in Germany where we saved everybody? I go, yous all funded it before you came in to fight it. And then after you fought it, you pretended it destroyed, and you took the technology and brought it worldwide. It's just that easy to game and pimp on these fucking slaves. Problem, reaction, solution. We want to get over here. How do we get over here? Well, we start a problem over here. We fight it here, and then we give you the solution right here. By the way, that's how they created the state of Israel. It was a twofer. It was actually 3, 4, 5. These are win-win-win, folks. Just like me, when I do what I do, when I tell you it's a win-win-win, because we understand systems dynamics and the fact that this creation is holographic. So if you actually win one place, you win 5 places. If you lose one place, you lose 5 places or more. Absolutely incredible, and they just repeat it over and over again. It'll never stop being fascinating. Just like Hamas, ISIS, and then they got the videos of Hillary and the others saying, "Yeah, we're funding them. Yeah, we're meeting with them. What difference does it make? Oh no, there's a good one and a bad one, right? Yeah, the good ones, whatever ones work for you and do what you want them to do if you pay them, so that you can create more policy." Fund a fucking Nazi Reich Holocaust, because really you want to make it worldwide. And how do you do it? You allow it to expand before you let it contract, because we're back to the Tao again. If you want something to expand, let it contract, and vice versa. So we're going to blow it up, put it in your face, then blow it up in your face, or make it seem like we blew it up in your face, and then take all the pieces and scatter it all over the place. So now it runs the world. And you want to come here and tell me about how we fought a war and beat the Nazis. No, you funded the Nazi Holocaust and eugenicism, and you pretended to fight it, and you sent people in the rat lines. This is all mainstream history to down to Central America. That's why there's all these German communities in Argentina with folks with German accents who are half Latino. But the slaves can't figure out why in the middle of Latin America are these German villages with blue-eyed, blonde-haired women who it seems technologically are stuck in the early 1900s, is what it looks like and seems like. Yeah. Wonder what that's all about. And what happened since? They renamed everything across the world on every land, including this place, Homeland Security, which is a Nazi terminology, by the way. They adopted eugenicism, which was the Nazi Reich's Holocaust philosophy. If you haven't noticed, take your fucking vaccines too, dumb slave. That's all eugenicism. It's all eugenics on some level. This is all superhuman race stuff. They're going to use their technology and their science and their supposed medicine to make superhumans. That was the Nazi Reich philosophy, the Ubermensch. You didn't fight the Nazis and beat them. They funded them, pretended to beat them, and took the fucking show on the road and went worldwide global with it. Dummy. SS, tracking and tracing. Oops. Private prisons, aka concentration camps. Oops. Do we really need to go on? Space Force, initially created in the Holocaust, Nazi Reich. You really want to get into this? Do we really want to get into this? I don't think that you do. And guess what? Let's do a little tongue-in-cheek, because guess what was at the bottom of all of it? And then they'll make fun of me if I report it. Well, your boy Hitler, in between taking shots of methamphetamine and everything else he was up to, like all the rest of them, doing sorcery and rituals, was tapping into what he and they called aliens, essentially. This is always at the bottom of every fucking thing, over and over again. The men in black, the shadow people, the Luciferian spirit, and the gray aliens. Every fucking time. Not from me, from the people you said you fought and beat. Gave them all the technology. Told them this is what we're going to do. We're going to create a super race. Told them this is how you're going to do it. Gave them all the plans. Brought it worldwide. And they still can't figure out that lockdown and shutdowns and all the rest of it is the prerequisite to lead us into this. It was the beta test, and it was an economic hit. That's why all your goods went up 50 to 100 to 200% in a 5-year period, or okay, I'll give you 10 years. How about that? Let's make sure we're not, maximizing and minimizing here. Because of the absolute planned economic hit where you shut down all businesses and gave everyone $500. What the fuck do you think that's going to do to the global GDP over the course of the next 5 years? Dumbass. While you're already 40 trillion in debt. Dumbass. And still, my feed is filled up with a bunch of corporatist slaves who keep asking who we're going to vote for next and how we're all going to solve it through the same way that we got here. Beyond insanity. While they come here and tell me I'm out of my mind and crazy, they're literally insane, doing the same thing over and over, voting for rich predators and acting like it's going to get us free, righteous, and safe. Doubtful that a population of punk, evil, wicked fucking cowards who don't care in their heart are going to elect people just like them and save the world. Doubtful. Because that's how we got here.
Until this goes through was Bill Pulte, and senators from both parties disagreed with that pick. He was a former housing regulator. You talked about they had an appetite necessarily for him in this role. Does Bill Pulte now out of that role. Did this make it easier for Jay Clayton to get through?
I think there's no question that I did. There was a lot of alarm about what Bill Pulte was doing in the role. When you look at his job that he had been holding as the federal housing finance regulator, he had really used that perch to go after Donald Trump's adversaries and launch investigations, mortgage fraud investigations into different of the president's political opponents. And so I think the consensus was that what he was really there to do was to sort of do President Trump's bidding from what's really a really important position in the intelligence community. And I think, people were a little bit uncertain as to why someone who clearly had no intelligence background had been selected for that position in the first place.
And he replaces now Tulsi Gabbard, who resigned several months ago. We saw her in Atlanta, and you mentioned the 2020 election, so central to President Trump and how he feels about that election. How similar, how dissimilar might we see Clayton versus Gabbard?
I think that Clayton is going to be pretty mindful of the fact that he's being expected. He was, confirmed by Democrats. And I think he, is entering the position understanding that Democrats expect him to hold the line and not promote sort of frivolous election fraud theories. But, it was also sort of alarming to Democrats that he appeared to be on.
Right, totally. It's totally frivolous and ridiculous to bring up that you're a bunch of cowards, confidence men, because that's what a con man is. It's short for confidence man. Yeah, it's so crazy to think that this is a whole confidence game, con game by a bunch of weak corporatist cowards. And they all have to always group up and use systems, again, because on their own, they're not shit in any venue. Weak cowards always got to group up and use systems because on their own with God, they ain't shit. No one will look twice at you, is the reality of it. Absolutely embarrassing. And they say it with a straight face. What? Fraud? Election fraud? Con men? Scamming? Grifting? No, we wouldn't do that. We're not involved in any of that. Who's involved in that? Right.
Unaware until he was told.
They want to go to a court system with legal society and legal systems that the head of it, the principal of the corporation is running guns and children and women and doing endless wars. And they get on TV and they laugh in your face about it and tell you it's not happening. And just completely ignore it and overlook it. Your court, I'll say it again, your court system you want to go to for remedy is sitting around like a bunch of clowns pushing papers while they arrest you and play games with you, while who runs them is trafficking women and children, potentially eating them, and doing endless wars everywhere for central bankers. Wonder how that's going to remedy itself. I guess we're just going to have to take it one day at a time, one issue at a time from the ground up and do whatever we can do and leave the rest.
Democrats that Tulsi Gabbard had been in Atlanta when the FBI conducted a raid on the Fulton County election hub. And I think it's clear that, President Trump is really putting a premium on an election community that will do what he wants in terms of, facilitating election fraud investigations, sort of raising doubts about the integrity of the election system. And I think, there's no question that President Trump.
It's more than that, sir. I appreciate you bringing the facts, but if you're going to bring them, let's really pile it on. It's $35 billion plus another $300 billion for a rebuilding fee. And guess who it's going to go to? The asshole who showed up here yesterday from Lockheed Martin, another dweeb, coward, loser on every level, oozes from his core. He doesn't understand. It doesn't matter how much he dresses up a coward and how much money the coward makes. You're still a coward at your core, and it bleeds through your beingness. It oozes from your core. That's what you need to understand. So Lockheed Martin and Halliburton and all the rest of them are going to play a lot of games like they always do, right? So we're going to force a war and project onto others what you're doing to your people and everybody else. Okay. Destroying sovereignty for collectivism. You claim it's them while it's you, right? And then you go to war and you blow everything up and you say you won and that there's peace deals. And then they say, no, there's no peace deals. We're not dealing with you. It's over now. And now you're going to wait. Now we're going to wait till they either make a fucking attack on this land happen or they allow it to happen, like always. And yes, you're gonna foot the tax bill for a $300 billion recovery on Iran. Don't you get it? Don't you get where we're at here, folks? Just like all the other legal beagles around here selling packets and chasing cash for settlements. Don't you get we're moving into 2030? The cash is not going to be worth anything. You better make it quick with your cash grab. And you better make sure you get with some other strong, courageous people who are going to have your back when your ass needs it, because you're so caught up in the game, you think cash is going to get you in and get you out of this. It ain't. Well, it got you into this, actually, chasing it and thinking it's all powerful and valuable. It ain't going to get you out of this. That's going to be your cage of comfort. And reality's going to hit everybody, and they're going to realize how deceived and distracted they've been this whole time. Chasing coupons for value and power and ignoring the true value and power. And when I get in their face and I tell them, let's get together, let's get on the land, let's get secure with some property, let's get it tax-free, because if not, we don't own it. They're too busy chasing fucking cash and playing power games. And again, it's all going to come home to roost at some point. And the lights are going to go out, your internet's done, and you're going to be sitting right there with all that cash worth nothing, with what you don't own, surrounded by a bunch of cash-chasing cowards like you who aren't going to stand for shit when it comes to growing, hunting, defending your shit, acquiring more, networking, co-creating. It's not going to happen. 85% of you can't hack it. I'm not saying that I can. I just know you can't. I'd rather be me than be you in any of these scenarios and simulation situations with what I'm seeing. Paulie's over there doing a cult. He must be trying to run a grift. No, I see where this is all going, and I'm desperately trying to facilitate a position where we can all get in, where there's some kind of courageous, honorable, good faith people preparing and set up for what they're obviously forecasting and going to bring in. They don't want to do it. They're not going to do it. Number one, because they're fearful and have trust issues. Number two, because they can't do with less. They need more. But they can't afford it, so they got to live in debt. And that's not what we're going to do over here. And they'd have to co-create, cooperate. Most people are so narcissistic at this point and want to be famous and be the thing that they can't get with other people and actually cooperate and work for any extended period of time. Everybody's too busy trying to go viral and be famous while they're boring as all get out, by the way. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous fucking culture at this point. Focused on all the fucking wrong things that don't goddamn matter. And you try to put it in their face where this is going and where we need to go. And they say, Paulie's on his trip again, yelling at his audience over there. Right. We're going to see where that all goes. Worried about chasing cash and playing games with these clowns when, as it stands right now, you can't own property without paying to use it. You can't move around and travel without paying to use your own property and asking permission. You can't teach your own fucking children without the cops coming and ask you why they're not in a public full fucking system. And you want to chase cash and audit and play fucking games when you're already in prison and on a concentration camp and have been colonized. Beyond embarrassing. And who's your fucking leaders, your gurus, your inspirations, your guides? The likes of Chile Maria de Castro. Do I even need to say anything else? Too busy LARPing, acting, and chasing cash. All the failed actors who want to be Freemasons and intelligentsia. Mommy and daddy never truly loved them and raised them, and they never quite found their way in the system. They never got what they deserved, right? What they were entitled to. I see right through you motherfuckers, and that's why a lot of you don't want to get within a mile of me, because you know what the fuck's going to happen. I'm going to call you on all your bullshit, and you're going to get exposed. Content creators. It's the content. Someone put up a tent around here and filled it with cons and convinced the slave audience that these people were worthy of looking at and listening to. And you know what? I can't blame them. Secret to power. You know how dumb the average guy is? Well, half of them are even dumber than that. And it's not even really about dumb. Let me rephrase it in a better way. You know how cowardly and undiscerning the average person is? Well, half of them are even More cowardly and undiscerning than that. Let's get back, because I'm ranting, and I'm not nice, kind, and polite, but I'm fucking honest and straightforward and real, and everything I just fucking said applies to all of us, and you can deny it all you want because you don't like who it's coming from or how it's being said, or because a guy in a suit with glasses and a degree didn't give it to you. How could he? He's a wannabe pimp. He's not here to tell you the truth and live the truth. He's here to sell you fake dreams and profiteer off you. Imagine being so weak and cowardly and pathetic, you have no problem being pimped on by a hoe. You got hoes pimping on you and you don't even care. You don't even mind it. And this is America. And these are men at this point, right? Yeah, they better do something quick around this motherfucker. On some level, it's all over. It's all over. You're going to need a mass extinction event. You're going to need a mass energy crisis event to send everybody back to hard times so they can toughen up and get strong again, because I see nothing but undiscerning cowardice and weakness around here. And what's worse than that, undiscerning cowardice and weakness that's entitled and think it's deserving of more while doing and being less. That's a big fucking problem. Let's go back in history to our great grandparents and how they walked in this way, for all the folks who want to quote the founders while you profiteer off them, but you don't want to quote them all the way and live like them. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Turns out leaders and activists were never nice, kind, and polite. That's how you access greatness. You have a fucking standard for yourself. You don't let just anyone and anything inside of your beingness and around you. Playboy. All these nice, kind, fake nice, kind, and polite, bitter, resentful, cowardly, weak, wannabe activists and leaders. Ask them if they live like the founders, if they look and sound like them and talk like them. There's not a man amongst them. Beyond laughable when they quote these people. I got to thank somebody here. Power and value showing up again, and we didn't have to lie, cheat, steal, or create new languages in order to experience it. Imagine that. Imagine that. Ain't much, but appreciate your views. Daniel J. Thank you, sir. I'm going to thank Paul G, too, from earlier. Paul Giamatti, famed and acclaimed actor. Thank you for your contribution. Yeah, let's get back. We got to get back.
Of the job, even though, frankly, historically, that has not been the province of the job.
What comes next for Jay Clayton? He has to really start being on the ground, running in this position, Director of National Intelligence. Is FISA something that
I can't even get through this. I can't even get into it because then I should address my audience first. That's my mistake. Let me address the audience first, and then we'll go back in the future. I got to remind myself of that. Chad Bailey, let's not play this game. Sounds like Democrats. It's all of them, sir. Let's just get with it and move forward, okay? It's all of them. I know you want the cognitive dissonance identification game where you identify with one of two sides of the same coin, but that's what got us here, right? So let's just go all the way or go away with this. Go all the way or go away from me, specifically. It's all of them. We're watching Fox News right now. What gives you the idea that everything that I just said and am pointing out has anything to do with Democrats or Republicans? It's all of them. It's the whole society. When we say the word society, we never fill in the blank of what we're really talking about here. And please tell me, is my video, my camera, is it lagging at all? Are we smooth here? I'm seeing a little bit of something. I don't like that. So again, when we talk about society, we never fill in the blank of the rest of the statement. It's called a legal society for a reason. And within this society, which is a legal society, this is everyone who's been raised in this and hasn't retained their authentic soul and spirit. Okay? It's every one of them. It's Anytown, USA. You show up to the public fool system around the corner, the public fool school, aka the school. You show up to your school and your principal looks like this and sounds like this and pays his slave tax and votes. and begs to be ran with code to be kept safe. It's all of them. It's everywhere. It's your dad. It's your mom. It's your uncle. It's your supposed corporatist friends and family. It's all of them. Why are you LARPing and pretending? Why are you this deep in denial? You can't see it? You don't understand it? How do I make it more clear for you? You guys just don't want to be honest with yourselves and each other. That's why you're a coward. You're not meant to be fucking with me and what we do here. Only a coward can't look at reality and see it for what it is because their little heart's going to ache. Don't care. God doesn't care. Cause and effect doesn't care. Your fucking family lineage and future doesn't care what you feel about cause and effect and reality and therefore what's needed to be done. Okay, so again, go all the way or go away because I don't need you taking up my chat box with moronic nonsense. When if you step back from your feelers and what you're taught to be and what you want to believe that it is and just honestly took a look around at yourself and everybody else, you realize it's 85% or more. I'm being kind when I say 85%. You'd be lucky if you have 15% of the population who's retained their spirit and their soul, who isn't completely drained and heartbroken and gave their care over and dressed up like a fucking parliamentary English clown. Okay? Because they think it gets them power and value. Look at me. I dress up like a little princess in diamonds and golds like the king and queen who I emulate. Look at me. They don't get what their roots are. They still don't get it. Why don't you look at me and understand what their roots are? What do they all come here and tell me? I'm the nigga, right? That's what they all say. They don't mince words about it. They're very direct about it. I love it. They don't understand I love it because I know what that means. I've been hearing it all my life. That's a wild one. That's one that's undomesticated. He's untamable. Just like they used to say to the slave on the plantation, someone come handle this nigga. We can't control them. Yeah, because you want to tell us what to do and take our inheritance and our rights and our property, and you want to fuck our women and call it winning, right? Yeah, we know. We get it. It's all of them. Every one of these, and it's color aside, right? It's color aside. This is archetypal and spiritual. It's cultural. We're cult. This is color aside. Because you know why? They're the wannabe and they are the actual house slaves. See? They're the sophisticated, civilized house Negro. I'm a field nigger. I've never accepted the training. I'm out there with the animals. I love it. I'm in my element. I don't want to be around you lying, two-faced, powdered scum with your wigs and all your affected, effeminate excess. So you can feel better about how weak and cowardly you are at your core. See? I'm out in a potato sack with holes in it because I got God with me, motherfucker. I'm in a servant's role while you LARP like you're in charge. See? And historically, karmically, we're going to see where that all goes, just like the Native Americans knew where that all goes. You think you're going to do whatever you want on this land to anybody for the same reason spiritually, and it's not going to come back on your ass? And your ancestors, I wouldn't bet on it. See, we don't need courts of law. There's already karmic law here. Everything that you visit onto somebody else who didn't deserve it, as long as they stay in alignment and do the next right thing, you are so fucked and you don't even know it because you're so godless and faithless and disconnected. You don't even see the cosmic order baked into your beingness and all around you. That's how foolish and worldly and shallow and short-sighted you are. Blind leading the blind. Your courts of law are a complete waste of time right now. They're going nowhere, ultimately. Do you know what is happening? Exactly what I just said. All the energetic karma, economically and otherwise, is coming home to roost. For all the decades and decades and hundreds of years of slavery and genocide, all in the name of liberty and justice. Yeah. And yous all feel it. That's the only reason I have even one person watching me regularly and listening to me. It's because now yous all start to feel it. Now you're starting to wake up and realize what's coming for you that I've been yelling about for decades, right? Because it didn't matter then. Everything was cute and cuddly and pretty and nice and safe and go along to get along. And now it's all coming out in your face. Well, it needs to, right? Best of times, worst of times. The apocalypse simply means the revealing of the truth that's always been. And the truth that's always been in this fucking realm is you're a cowardly slave and you give your power and your rights over to scum like this. And then you say, Paulie's a loser. And this is what success looks like. And God weeps. God weeps and gives the nod for the shaitan to do another number on your ass because you need it. The only way you motherfuckers are going to learn and get right is by having wrong in your face all day, every day, and really lapping it up and feeling it. See, I did it backward. You folks haven't gone that route yet. I did that up front. Seems we do everything. It's some kind of divine justice here. We do everything in reverse and then we meet in the middle at some point. It makes sense. For me to come here and do what I do and inspire and facilitate and remind people of what's necessary, I had to do all the shit they haven't done yet up front so I could tell you what it looks like and feels like and where it all goes, right? The force had to bring me so fucking low and so divided and disconnected and so suicidal at one point that I finally got up enough care and courage to seek true value, purpose, and meaning in this life and abandon all the extras in the worldly ways. And that's exactly what needs to happen in order to get there. And they don't like that. All the nice, kind, polite, fake-ass motherfuckers, when they have me on their broadcast, Paulie boy, tell us about enlightenment. The prerequisite to enlightenment, like the stars in the sky, is absolute voided blackness, like the universe around it, what you call empty space. No. Just like the prerequisite to life and birthing and being born is sitting in a fucking dark womb for 9 months in liquid and not even breathing. What do you think about that? It's all right there over and over again, folks. Holographic and reflective. You just got to be able to see it and connect it and understand what it all means. I guess not where it comes from, but how it applies to us while we're here, whatever here is. They don't like the fact that supernaturally the cosmos is what it is, and only out of darkness can light emerge. They want to remake the universe in their own image, where somehow light's going to emerge out of nice, kind, polite, and fake. No, it doesn't work that way. All the same people who tell me about, we don't have any ego. We took the plants and herbs and destroyed our ego. You have more ego than anybody because you're claiming you can remake the universe in the image of your feelers. You can't, you're not gonna, and you're gonna get an absolute kick in the nuts at some point. And I'm gonna fucking laugh. Because I was telling you the whole fucking time. You didn't want to listen. You didn't want to take it from this one. He's not nice, kind, and polite enough, and he's not successful enough, frauded and corrupt enough for you in a worldly sense to take it. To look at it, not even take it. You don't listen to me or anybody else. I wouldn't want you to. To look at what the fuck I'm saying and walk with it, sit with it. Let it show you something. He tweaking. No, I'm not tweaking. This is what inspired and co-creative looks like. You give me an empty void and the light comes forward. Didn't you hear what I just spoke? You're watching what I'm speaking about and you still don't get it. I know. I'm tweaking because your average content creator is a dead fucking fish with no inspiration and is absolutely completely void of anything entertaining going on inside of them and bringing outside of themselves. I know. I'm tweaking, sir. Because I'm alive and passionate. I'm not completely soul sucked with a phone up my ass. I got to be tweaking, right? Because I'm not sitting here with a teleprompter letting some other dweeb in a suit write every word for me and then read it back to you like it's real. I got to be tweaking, right? Sure, we got that. We know who and what you are in the world you occupy. It's called inversion land. Your presidents are all on stimulants. They're actually tweaking, running the drugs, fucking the whores and eating them. And you come here to tell me I'm tweaking because I'm empowered, inspired, alive, and talking truth that you probably need. While they sit up there like this. Donnie's half asleep half the time, reading off a fucking script somebody else wrote off a goddamn teleprompter. But he's in the mode, right? He's in alignment. He's powerful. He's inspiring. He's in inversion land again. There we are. let's get back. I don't want to upset these folks. If we go more than 10 or 15 minutes without a corporate lying con man, confidence man, beta male in a suit telling them what the world is, they get uppity. They start to search around the room for their next false authority to lead them off a cliff.
Done very early in his role.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be up to Congress. You know, by virtue of Bill Pulte's presence there, that was something that basically the Senate hit the pause button on, because they said we don't really trust Bill Pulte with the powers of FISA Section 702. So that's going to be top of mind. And really, when you set aside the election, the role of the DNI is really, you know, to coordinate all of the activities of the 18 intelligence agencies. So again, putting aside election stuff, you have the war in Iran, you have terrorism threats from abroad. So it's a very full plate. There's where he'll have to really hit the ground running.
Yeah, that's so very true. We also talked about Bill Pulte and some of the layoffs, the people that were no longer in this intelligence community. Is that going to continue? Do we see a downsizing of intelligence agencies under Clayton?
You know, I'm not sure. One of the things when Pulte took office that he sort of promoted right from the beginning, it was he felt he was there to carry out the president's mission of downsizing the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. And he would periodically post on X these updates about the rounds of layoffs that he had executed. But we actually aren't really sure how many people have actually been laid off. We actually haven't seen evidence of those numbers. And so I know,
oh God, it's like fucking torture even trying to get through this. Let's go forward here.
Santa Monica to the west.
Oh, we got a police chase. A slave has a gun on Los Angeles. Oh, God forbid. Heavens forbid. Oh my gosh. I'm sitting at home right now, clutching my pearls, watching the newscast. God, I hope they get this guy and keep us safe.
West or downtown LA to the east. So here we are on a rush hour weeknight in Los Angeles. Again, look at the traffic on the other side of the freeway.
No. You can mock me all you want here. I'm not saying that. I don't do that. I don't believe in Sky Daddy. The effects of the cause are going to start showing themselves more and more. You're going to hell, not going to the moon. You're going to hell based on the effect of the cause of what you keep choosing and have already chosen and therefore summoned and created. We don't need Sky Daddy to come back to bring you consequence. It's called consequence. Based on who and what you all are, what you've chosen and done will dictate what you get moving forward here. It already has. You haven't noticed? The fact you don't see it and feel it, again, is fascinating to me. It's just like in the scripture. They look with their eyes, don't see with the ears, listen, and don't hear with the heart, not get the sense of it. That's you. You don't even know the Christed beingness has already returned here. It's palpable. It's energetic. It's cosmic. It's already returned. Not in the form of a daddy in the sky who we're going to look at. Energetically, in consciousness and awareness and co-creation. It's already returned. See, it could be right in your face, showing and telling, and you still don't get it. You want to mock me. Okay? You got to live out the consequences of your choices. That's the bottom line. For all you NAAA failures who never went because you think that you're not an addict because you don't use drugs or alcohol, okay? You're bound to live out the consequences of your choices. That's one of the pieces of wisdom you may get at NAAA, right? So take a guess what happens to a civilization, culture, and society that's run by a bunch of lying dweebs who gaslight everyone all day, every day, and scam and fraud. Yep, you guessed it. Hell on earth.
In the other direction, it is pretty much a crawl there. Not necessarily bumper to bumper stop, but a crawl. Here, this side completely open. Now, if it was in the morning hours, you'd see a different story. You'd see much more traffic going southbound. I mean, I'm wondering if they've blocked off traffic. It's so wide open there. I mean, you see cars. Nope, there are cars. Nice to see a freeway that wide open during rush hour here in Los Angeles. But that's just because you have traffic going the opposite way, as is the norm here in SoCal. All right, so
So I guess somehow, some way, no matter how many times I say it, with people who come here every day, they didn't hear me, I guess. Or they didn't process it. So we'll loop again. We're on the magic slave bus here, just like a good bus driver. Every day we come here, we're down and back. And the passengers get on and they get off and they get on and they get off. Okay? So we'll roll the magic slave bus one more time because you want to ask me a question that is already in your heart, but you don't. I guess you can't search your own beingness to have a revelation experience, or I guess you can't listen to me and hear what I'm saying or watch what I and others are doing, as if this isn't already all out there, as if it all hasn't already been out there this whole time. What's the answer? I don't know. Let's see if you can figure it out. We're going to put the problems on the board and see if you can fucking interpret and figure out what we need to do. A bunch of dweebs are telling you what to do with policies and codes, and you keep complying, so it gets worse. What do you think you should do there? Anyone? Can we get some participation here? What do you think you should do with that? I'll give you 3 options, even multiple choice for a slave, so that let's try to make it a little bit easier. Should you keep paying and complying? Should you do absolutely nothing? Or should you stop paying and complying because the only reason you're paying and complying is you're scared they're going to do something to you and they already fucked you 10 different ways and raped you and took your property and rights because you gave it up? So I don't know what we're looking for to avoid here. I don't know what we're in denial of, but I'll see now I'm leading you now. See, I was supposed to just give you the question and give you multiple choice. Oh, we have an answer down there. Number 3. Wow. So yes, I'm not going to say absolutely objectively, but according to me here, the answer is stop paying and complying. Yay. Gold star for Red in the chat. Oh, grab it hard. He's good job. Grab it hard. He can figure it out. Oh, Ryan Beans. Oh, sorry, Ryan Beans. 5 points off for you. The answer is not cry about it. No, that's what all the statist, corporatist, fascist, collectivists do all day, every day on slave book. Cry and whine, argue and fight, pay, comply, vote, and wash, rinse, repeat, right? Okay. Oh, civil disobedience. Mike Wilson. All-star. All-star. I actually probably could go and work at a school and be somewhat like, you know, in the pocket, because I wouldn't be this bitter and resentful and frustrated toward children rather than grown people, some of them twice my age, who can't infer what needs to be done here when it should be archetypally self-evident, like the founders wrote. That's what concerns me. Your founders wrote that this is all obvious and self-evident and laid it all out, and you're still asking me 250 years later, after a 2,000-year profit event that started your whole society, what maybe the options are on what we should do. I don't know. Maybe stop cooperating, complying, maybe stop funding our own genocide and slavery, maybe get together with other men and women on the ground who have some mind, heart, and balls and are willing to sacrifice for what they believe in to work toward creating a community and a society worth living in and looking at and putting on slave book for everyone to view so you can go viral. Maybe, you think? Become men and women again? Just fulfill the pledge you sat up in public fool system and yelled every morning about being free and brave and liberty and justice for all and all the rest of this crap? Do you think maybe that's the answer? I'm just asking. He's never heard this before. He's never seen this before. We haven't covered this here before, right? Or you're just going to fucking listen, not care, gloss over it, act like it's my rap, and go back to your weak, mundane, cowardly, non-co-creative, barely even life of no purpose, meaning, values, and community. That's it. Did you get it this time? Did we get it? Ironically, the guy's name is Urban Prepper. I can't make this shit up. Urban Prepper's asking me what the fuck we should do. What's the answer? Yeah, I guess me going out in the middle of the woods and getting together with other folks here and getting on the 40 acres and then getting more property and getting together with a dozen other families and all and getting arrested 6 times in 5 years. That was just what I do for fun. I have nothing else to do here and better to do, right? I can't sit on Slavebook all day and doom scroll and go on Facebook Match and match with obese black transsexuals and then spend the rest of my day smoking weed and masturbating. Was this a family broadcast? Oops. Sorry. Guess what? It's still a family broadcast and a family where we can be honest with ourselves and each other. That leaves 85% of families out, I guess. You're not going to be honest with yourselves and each other on any level. Let's not pretend it's just sexual. Let's not play that game. Yeah, Paulie went from running around the streets, thinking that being a man was joining gangs, you know, not wanting to work or do anything and pretty much hustle and scam and fraud, you know, and get quick money and all the rest of it. And then one day he woke up and he said, you know, what would be fun and exciting and interesting for him? If you got off all drugs and tried to clear out your vessel and clear out your life of toxicity, people, places, and things, and actually serve something here that's worthy of serving, that can make you honorable, redeemable, and respectable, and also serve other people, including yourself to some extent, while also sacrificing and practicing courage and faith to go past the tests and challenges where they're going to take your body or your property, right? I don't know, something weird. Like I just had a weird fucking, you know, jag that I went on. Just my trip. It's just what I just decided to do because it's so fun and interesting and exciting. Or my genetic code finally fucking woke up because I called out to the universe. So epigenetically, some genetics switched on and I had to start moving into what needs to happen for myself and this race. Maybe that's what happened. Do you think? So again, coming here to ask me what you will already know that's in your name and in your genetic code is beyond trolly and foolish. Just say you already know what to do, you're not willing to do it, or you're going to half-ass it because you're a fucking lazy coward, and we can end the conversation because I know me, so I know you. What don't you get about that? Make yourself and everyone around you honor you and respect you again. That's the answer in all venues. That's the answer in all venues. Make America great again. That means you got to make yourself good and great again in all venues. Go back and study power, value, and greatness historically. What are the qualities of power, value, and greatness? Become that, and you'll have your answer. You'll not only have your answer, you'll have the answer for every other people here. I said people instead of person. Whatever. I did it on purpose, but you know, I'm trying to make a point there of and by and for the people, but you can't have that if you don't have people. And you don't have people if you don't have people using their conscience and their will God gave them. Those aren't people. Those are automatons. Those are zombies. Those are demonic hordes.
Police knew they had a person with a gun. We're not sure. That's the information we have right now. Again, LAPD don't know if they have word on who the suspect is, who's behind the wheel of this SUV.
I knew I wasn't going to get out of this with you. There you go. Comes here, his name is Urban Prepper, but he's going to project onto me and start an argument with me. Why? Because he's a coward in denial at his core. I'd bet anything on it. So we'll play. We'll do the games to show everyone the sub-psychology, how this works. You're in a trailer made by slaves. You wear clothes made by slaves. You use the internet created by slaves. You are the problem as much as anyone. There you go. You don't want to address the problem. You want to make up the problem and project it onto me because you don't want to admit you're part of the problem. Or you want to say, I'm part of the problem and so are you, so now what? Where does that go exactly? If I was to admit I'm part of the problem, are you going to actually get to work and do something different? No, this is another throwaway power game. By the way, you're a dunce because you don't get it. Somebody creating something doesn't make them a slave. It makes them the closest thing to God. Given your red coat corporation you call government, 40% of what you make is where you become the fucking slave, dumbass. What makes you think I'm denying that I'm in or part of a problem here and not trying to address it and do what I can to work with myself and others to bring a solution? You don't want that. You're not going to face that. You're going to make me the problem and the enemy, right? Just like a slave would do. See, there's the slave. It's not about making stuff. Again, that's co-creation and service. It's the tax and the dictation and the policy and code and the coercion and duress and all the rest of it. And you know that. And you're acting like you don't right now to play a power game. You inadvertently, to try to get me in a gotcha, you just once again showed the mind and heart of a slave. You attacked a fellow wannabe freed slave or a slave who's experienced the promised land of freedom to some extent. You attacked me and made me the problem because you don't want to face the fact that you're the problem and that we have a solution here. That's the mind and heart of a collectivist slave. You're not an urban prepper. You're a collectivist slave. And you can't even use logic to determine the difference between co-creation and slavery. False analogy, false premise right off the bat. This is why most of you are too retarded to debate, by the way. You can't understand nuance and context at all. Just like the guy yesterday who says, I make radar systems, but they're not all bad, but they're illegal and people can't own them. But do you want? He had some ridiculous, scramble for a point that was a non-point, equating people buying and selling guns privately to radar systems and central militaries blowing up whole nations. Because sometimes people use guns in individual events and do wrong and harm. Complete ridiculous analogy. So again, Urban Prepper, where did you get? Now he's asking. He went from projecting onto me to asking like they always do. No, you revealed your bitterness and resentment in the power game you have with me. You're going to have to let it go. So easy to get you folks on record. I did it last night. You want to hear? I don't know if he's going to let me. Technically, I shouldn't play his messages. Benjamin sent me 28 messages last night, screaming and yelling, calling me names, revealing himself completely, and then telling me how much more intelligent and how much pattern recognition he has. And I go, hey, dunce, I don't know if you realize this or not, but based on how I present online and what I say and throw out there, I get all of you on record, and I don't waste my time with you because you all reveal yourselves to me. I'd have wasted 5 or 10 years sitting next to you, believing you were something you weren't, with an intuition inside of me that I would have had to ignore because you present one thing but are something else. I throw something at you and I get that something else every time, and that verifies my intuition was correct. You don't have better pattern recognition than me. If you did, you would notice I'm setting you up to undo your grounding so I can see the foundation you stand on. And 8 out of 10 of you fall for it every fucking time. While you sit there and you scream into the phone about how, why does anyone watch you and listen to you? I was doing this 10 years before you. I'm smarter than you. I'm everything better than you. I go, hey, dunce. Don't you think that whatever's sitting inside of you right now that you're revealing right now was always inside of you? And maybe the reason I was put off by you is because I can read your energy and your bitterness, resentment, and jealousy. Don't you think doing what I do in the way that I am, I'm a bit empathic and I can read energy? Don't you think I know when someone's next to me that wants to replace me or overtake me? I'm not you. This is a guy who threw me $500 at a time. You guys don't think that when you throw me the $500, I ask why you did that rather than go, ooh, and get primed for you to play on me and game on me? No, I'm not like you. I'm not easily manipulatable, suggestible, and caught up in the game. I see it for what it is. My intuition's never wrong. I just have to discern intuition from instinct, which can be difficult at times. My instincts can be wrong because I have trust issues. Because I have trauma. Intuition is rarely, if ever, wrong. So they go, why do you treat me like this? Why do you act like this? Why do you throw stuff out at me like this? Because I'm picking up on an energy from you I've picked up on before. It's an energy of somebody who's not telling me, but they're showing me on the most sort of hidden metaphysical energetic level that they are bitter, resentful, and jealous toward me and don't think I deserve whatever I have and think they're going to overtake me or outcompete me. Yeah, I'm very sensitive to that energy. That's what allows me to expose so many cowards, liars, and frauds around me in real time, in the moment, because I feel it oozing from your core. Don't you guys ever wonder why certain people who come here, like Julian and others, don't get the same responses and reactions from me? It's pretty jovial. It's pretty loving and caring and heartfelt. Don't you ever notice that? Do you notice the difference in the energy of these people who come here versus you and others? You don't think I and others can feel that and read that? Of course we can. You don't have better pattern recognition than me. And if you do logically, physically, you don't metaphysically. Because if you did, you would see what I was doing and you would see who you were and what you were doing. And you would notice how I set you up to reveal that, because one thing we learn in life is you can't get the honesty out of someone. They may not even know who and what they are. Presuming they want to be honest about it, they don't have enough self-awareness to actually do the self-analysis. So I got to get the real you out of you somehow. And the way that I do that is by stimuli, just like your masters do. I pick up on an energy about you at your core and I start throwing stuff at it in certain ways. till you come wide out in the open with who and what you always were. And then I go, thank you. If it wasn't there, you wouldn't have come out with it. There's no way I would have got it out of you if I didn't do it that way. The folks who come here for years see what I do and how it works and how we get the truth out of people one way or the other. If I didn't do things that way, we would never get the truth out of any of you. And this would all be a waste of fucking time for you as a participant of fellowship and me as a facilitator, while also being involved in the practice of fellowship. Amazing how they think they know so much about the occult and their masters and everything else, and they're so bright, but they can't see the same types of ways that lead to the same types of revelations. Your masters do this to you all the time. They throw 3 to 5 things out, look at what you grab onto, and then they reverse engineer and learn the core of your beingness. And the reason they threw it out to begin with is because they read your energy. They know the energy of a slave whore. They know the energy of a corrupt scum. See? Of course they do. It lives within them on some level. That's the real like mind fuck. If you go to the next level, is everything as within, so without, as above, so below, right? So of course they know that because it lives within them on some level. Go back and check the record how many folks came here to try to use me and sat next to me who I called them out of left field and people went, what? Why is he doing that? He must be like coded out. No, I'm reading their energy. And 9 out of 10 times after I call them out of left field and then give them the rundown, within weeks to months later, they reveal it was all right there the whole time with how they deal with me and everyone else around the situation. I wasn't wrong. I just picked up on something most weren't seeing. And I had to be unorthodox and unconventional and impolite to get it on record and get it out there. It's called chess, not checkers. I don't even really need to think about it when I do it. It's become so instinctual and intuitive. I pick up on something, I start laser focusing in on it, and I start pushing the buttons, and sure enough, 8 out of 10 times, the more that I push, at some point, they're out with it, and they speak it, and they reveal it in their actions. Why is he free? Remember that, right? Got people sitting around you acting like it's cool, we're hanging out, doing indirect cross promotion for my shitty channel. And then I go, I smell a rat scum in my presence. I smell an infidel swine pig who's up to no good. I'm feeling the energy coming off you. So I start poking and prodding. I start exploiting your weaknesses. I start saying you're creepy and shit like that. And then I get you to come right out in the open with it. Why is he free? He's got to be a rat. He doesn't make money. I'm going to make the money. Yeah. Yeah. You'd have cost me 5 and 10 years of my life just to fuck me in the end, right? We know all about those stories, those experiences. Ask every person who's in media, music, otherwise, about the people around them who are down for the ride till they get everything they want and need and then drive the shiv into you and go off to write an expose about you, right? It's every one of them. Go research every band, every comedy media duo and triplicate, pretty much. Same power and value stories over and over again. We're back to Jesus and Judas again, by the way, because it's archetypal. You think that Jesus didn't turn to his people and say, I know which one he is going to betray me? Oh, it's right there again. How do you think Jesus Cristo, Mexican national, knew not only someone was going to betray him, but who it was? Because he can read energies. Doesn't matter what you say to him and show him. Doesn't matter what you give him. He can feel you before we ever see you. See, that's a godlike quality, by the way, in case you're wondering. When God knows your heart, see how it works? Holographic, reflective, replicative. We'll see why I do God of all media bit, non-bit. God knows your heart. Doesn't matter what you say and pretend and show and all the rest of it. Well, if God knows your heart, God of all media knows your heart. And God does the same thing I do. Gives you stimuli, tests and challenges, or puts certain energies on you to watch you reveal yourself and who and what you serve. There's the holographic reflectivity again. It's called judgment again. It's called karmic justice again. Let's get back. I'm not seeing too much in the chat area.
We have not heard of it being a stolen vehicle.
Remember this one? I forgot a phrase. We can go down all the phrases. We're not going to name the characters, but we can go to each character's phrase, and then we can draw the web back to what the spirit is and how it applies to me. And then we can draw the conclusion to why I've never felt comfortable around these people. Even when I try my hardest to love them and be peaceful, I've never felt comfortable around them. And in certain moments, certain key moments, they all reveal what's been there the whole time. Remember, Paul, I don't need you. I have more richer and famous people now in my life. Remember that quote? We're not going to talk about who it comes from. We went over why is he free? He's got to be a rat and all the rest of it. Because I am everything you're not and do what you won't, right? But you want to use it anyway. And then when you can't, you gotta spill your guts. But you know, the next character's one of the quotes is, Paul, we don't need you anymore. We have more richer and famous people. Interesting. For all the loving and caring, righteous people who are oriented toward justice. Laughable. And they show and tell you who and what they are, believe them. Just know it's going to come on the back of a simulation facilitation with the white gorilla or someone or something similar. Because they're never going to tell you the truth openly and honestly, straightforward. You got to get it out of them. See?
Still trying to get more information on why they are searching this car or wanting this car and knowing about the person with the gun. Of course, the helicopter, we saw it fly by in our shot. That helicopter is overhead. Look at the speeds there, pick up there. Ooh, all right, making this pursuit a little bit more dangerous. Now, it can get busier as traffic gets towards Wilshire Boulevard and Santa Monica Boulevard, and then you get that 10 freeway intersection. It can back
He's
up
asking
there.
again, and he says, I just keep yapping. We'll try one more time with you, and then I'm going to be done, because I don't know. Be more specific about what I'm not getting to. What am I missing? I'm well prepared for what you're talking about. How do we fix it? I asked 4 times now. Again, maybe this has been the problem. You're not getting the implication. I'll be very clear. You can't fix it. You can't fix it out there. It's built to do what it's now going to do, especially based on who's involved with it. You're never going to be able to fix all those people and put Humpty Dumpty back together again after falling off the wall into a million pieces. All the king's horses and king's men can't put it back together again. You're not here to fix the corporatist slave system. You're here to fix yourself and your life and work with everyone around you to do the same. Did you get it now? Your failure is the belief that you think you can fix this. It was never meant to work. Can't work. You can't have an 85% of a society or a civilization or population who's unconscious and unaware governing other people and being in charge and leading. It doesn't work. It can't work. Stop trying to fix what you didn't build and create. That isn't your job and isn't your work, while you neglect your actual job and work to fix something that isn't meant to be fixed. It's meant to be destroyed because it's a failure. Do we get it now? You all keep spending your whole life trying to fix what you didn't create and build. That's been a deception from the beginning. Imagine how foolish you are, while neglecting what you can fix inside and outside of yourself to play the deceptive game. Do you think maybe that's what Shaitan wants you doing, the deceiver? Governance from without is not a legitimate thing. It never has been. It never will be, especially when done by a bunch of illegitimate con men and slaves. There is no such thing as an external legitimate governance here, except one that is responsive. It means you come in my window and try to take my property. I put you down. There's the governance. All in one moment. And then we go back to self-governance instantly. Everything else outside of that in the present moment as an accountable response is nonsense and can never work. It is a delusion, a deception born out of denial. And the more that you try to make it work, the deeper in debt you're going to go energetically and fiscally. Have you not noticed? God help us. That might just be the answer right there, the final exclamation. You just can't see it and can't get it. You're not gonna get it. So there's nothing to do. Just God help us. That's it. You better hope that the creation of force comes in to save all the babies and fools from themselves. How are you going to fix a system full of lying, corrupt people? I don't know. Stop lying and being corrupt? Okay, how are you going to get everyone to do that when they're cowards in the heart? The answer is you're not. The only way you're going to get them to do that is by showing them what it looks and feels like. And if not, we're going to revolution again. We're going to war, complete circle. It's called revolution for a reason. It's called revolution for a reason because you're going to hot war physically, because you can't sustain governance externally, especially when you won't experience governance internally. This is a violation of a law of logic. External governance is going to be fixed and save us when we won't embody internal governance individually. Yeah, how's that going to happen? Exactly. The answer is it can never and will never. But you're going to waste your whole life trying to make it happen and expect it while you neglect your work and everyone's work around you, right? I got it. Because you're an absolute fucking mind and heart controlled statist. You don't know reality outside of the United States, a state of, and a corporation you call government. You're not even in real reality. Everybody woke up today and somehow, some way, life carried on without us having to fix a bunch of corporatists and their hallucinatory endeavor, right? Isn't it weird how that works? Do you ever remember when government was shut down, when they said it's a government shutdown for the next X amount of days and everybody just went on with their life and it didn't fucking matter? Why do you all want to keep fixing and wasting our time when we can just let it go? I don't get it. You sit around with a bunch of dumb hoes who can't get their act together and try to fix them, or just let them go their own way while you get back to business. I could literally get a person on food stamps from the middle of nowhere, like in the middle of the ghetto, who can use more common sense than the average supposed intellectual who's graduated. It's beyond fascinating to me. Let's sit around and see if we could try to fix a system full of a bunch of hoes who just refuse to do the right thing on their own, right? Yeah, that's going to go great. Or we can just let them go their own way and not deal with them anymore and go off and get back to what the fuck we need to be doing and being. Imagine that. Doesn't matter how many times they shut down government, you still don't get it. That's why you need this slavery, because they shut it down. 30 days, 60 days goes by, nothing changes. Everyone's continuing on with their life, but you can't. We got to open it back up. Got to fix it. Need more of it. Don't know what we're going to do. And I just continue on living a life where, other than talking about this and covering this here to reveal how everyone's in a delusion and a hallucination, it just doesn't occur to me. The only time it occurs to me is when I try to move around freely and they come and take my property and my body, right? Can't fix that. No way to fix a whole generation of scum who have no values and principles. Only thing I can do is continue to walk forward in some level of values and principles. again, and what makes this so ironically, paradoxically hypocritical is the reason people go to the state and join the state and believe in the state is because they're people who refuse to accept accountability, responsibility everywhere in their life. They don't want to make their own money on money. They don't want to have their own services and products. They don't want to have their own programs to run in the community, right? They don't want to keep themselves and each other safe. They don't want to have their own medical systems of plants and herbs and roots. So again, this system didn't come out of nothingness for no reason, like a big bang, the scientism folks will tell you. This system more and more comes out of and proliferates for a reason. The reason is you have a majority of individuals who don't want to practice accountability, responsibility on the lowest individual scale anywhere in their life. They don't want to self-insure while they travel freely. Ride down the road, you make an accident, hit somebody, you fucking compensate them. Nowhere in that did you need governance. You do now. You know why? We're going to do a whole bit. You want to know why? You want to know why we need this on some level? Because I got a master mechanic out there who I live with on the same land who twice this last month. Now, this is a guy who does half his work for free at times. It's unheard of. It's unheard of. And I told him, I said, listen, man, I'm not Mr. Poison the Well. I'm Mr. We work for charity and do what's right when we can. Please understand, you're out here to make a living. And if you try to work in trust, equity, and faith with the average slave, they're going to take everything you got. He didn't want to believe that. Twice in 1 week, they call him up, come on down, waste his gas to come down there, put new parts in the car, and then drive off and say, I got no money. I'm not paying you. You wonder why you need corporatists and governance and all the rest of it? In theory, because that doesn't stop it either. Then they just take over the place and loot everything instead of just a water pump. They take everything. So, again, the theory of why this system needs to be created is because you got a bunch of unaccountable, irresponsible, wicked motherfuckers. Because that's what someone would be, to call up someone like that with a family and tell him to come 50 to 100 miles away and to do a repair on the front, say you'll pay him back later, leave, and then say, you don't know nothing, you're never paying him. Takes a special, you would think, a special kind of scumbag to do something like that. What's the other one that happened this week? He goes and helps out a woman who's poor mouthing and crying like they always do, all the victim slaves who deserve everything they get. They victim and cry and poor mouth. Oh, please, 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 please. Okay, we'll help you out. Does $1,500 worth of work. Woman gets the money from some other trick man, steals the money, pockets it, tells the guy he gave the money to him for the repair. He goes, I never got no money. Now they're suing him. We're going to court. And I said, little do they know who and what we are over here. Little do they know who and what we are over here. And when you send a summons to do con man, bad faith, dishonorable activity, you just fucking open Pandora's box, sweetie. You think you're going to scare us over here about property and rights with a civil action when we already signed up to go to jail and all the rest of it? This is going to be great. So guess what? You just did him a favor. You didn't pay him the money you owed him for the service he did, but you gave him an opportunity now to court and get way more value than $1,500. You learn the law and how to move a court. It's worth way more than any money that you're going to point to, right? It's priceless. So imagine the type of scumbags out there, this public, right? I've dealt with them for years, many different jobs. I know what they're about. Okay. And that's exactly why you get the government that reflects that. A bunch of lying, thieving, unaccountable, irresponsible scum who will take whatever's not nailed down and they'll beg and pour mouth while they do it to try to gaslight. Right? So no coincidence to me. How do you fix that, sir? The answer is you don't. You do the best you can. You try not to go out of your way too much for a bunch of swine scum who don't appreciate it anyway. Right? I'm going to lie on you. And you surrender the rest in faith that karma is going to bring a fucking to everybody deep and hard for what they want to be involved in. And it does. It will. It has to. Because if not, well, I guess you could say it has to at some point. And because it hasn't completely yet, that's why everyone's going deeper into it, because they think they could do whatever they want to do without retribution. And they never put the pieces together. Oh, I just stole from a family man who went out of his way and tried his best to help me out every which way and would have taken a pittance. He already charges like half of what everyone else charges to try to do good business. Wasn't good enough. So you're going to take someone who's trying to beat everyone's price, who's in business for themselves with a family, and you're going to steal from him and not give him any recourse. And you don't think your car is going to blow up down the road a week or two from now, and you're going to sit there and go, I don't know why this happened. I know why. I get the tyranny. Okay, I'm going to remove you because you're another codependent parasite and you just keep scrolling the same thing over and over again. And I've seen it before and I'm not with it. So goodbye. You're the weakest slave link. Goodbye. Once again, he says, I get the tyranny you're talking about. What's to be done? It's like talking to a wall. Because again, he just doesn't want to hear the answer. Just be a good person day in and day out. Just pursue greatness. Just co-create in goodness and greatness. Just do it again. Just do it again. Just do it again. Just be a light for the world. Just do it again. Just do it again. Just surrender in faith. Just do it again. He's looking for someone. This is why he's a slave. He's looking for someone to point him an answer that he can look to and pick up and it just be done. That's not what this is. It's a program, process, and a procedure. It's never over. There's never finality on it. This is, again, you don't understand what being a man is. What? Yeah, he doesn't understand what it means to go back 200 years ago to a man who was 95 fucking years old and wakes up at 6 a.m. to go out and find a table to repair and sand it and paint it and then resell it. He doesn't get it. When you have guys like our singer down there, he doesn't give me any money. Sometimes I wonder, I go, these people have been around here for 5 years. They never contribute. They seem to like me. Am I not doing good enough? But then I remind myself, these are hardworking people. You don't know what they have. Don't even ask or want or expect that. That's not how you get validation. That's a problem for me. The point is, the guy's in his 60s, whatever it is. He gets up every fucking day and goes to work. And there's some loser like you at the job who sits there and goes, well, what's the answer? And he's got to tell you over and over again, be a fucking man, get up every day, start from zero, and put in your work and do what you're formed to do and get with other people and replicate it. That doesn't work. That's not what they're looking for. Princess wants finality. Princess wants a reality where he doesn't have to be responsible and accountable, good and great for the rest of his fucking life. Princess wants a reality where he can stop doing the work and everything's going to be okay. Not here. I haven't found it yet. You let me know when you come across it. That's why, again, a lot of you, I don't deal with you, I don't talk to you because it's passive aggressive and you're a waste of my fucking time because either you won't get it, you refuse to get it, or you can't get it. So I can't use you. God of all media can't use you because God of creation can't use you. You can't understand a simple fucking concept like wake up every day and live your goddamn life to the best of your ability and surrender the rest. That's not good enough for you. Paulie, show me the system and the operations and the code and the dweebs and the symbols of power and all the rest of it that's going to stop this and change all of it. Not even when you die, motherfucker, is this going to stop or change. Imagine this. Imagine an eternal spiritual being of conscious and awareness who just keeps reincarnating and goes, what's the answer, Paulie boy? To loop like the best of them. That's the answer. It's a non-answer. See how it's paradoxical? That's your fucking problem, is you've been so indoctrinated in life, you think this is outcome-based education. You think this is Common Core fool system. You live, you die, you live, you die. Living well is the answer. Living rightly is the answer. Doesn't require anything out there or a system. We're in an enclosed system here, and you don't want to understand it and get in alignment with it because Princess wants to remake the reality in their own image of their feelers, right? Again, all you got to do is say holographic and reflective. In what arena or what business, in what endeavor do you ever get to say you're ever completely done and it's over and you got all the answers? I'm waiting. Anything? Doesn't exist. You spend your whole life working a business to make a bunch of money to retire. Now you got to manage the money and invest it and keep track of it. And on and on and on and on. There's only periods and different modalities and practices. It's never over. There's never finality or an answer. It's a program, practice, procedure. Oh, I'm in a relationship, Polly boy. What's the answer? The answer is every day you're going to have to wake up and serve yourself in that relationship or something that brings value and nurturing to that relationship. You don't ever get to a point where you go, listen, trust me, I know all about this. You don't ever get to a point, whether we like it or want it or not, where you get to say, listen, bitch, I've loved you long enough. Leave it there and leave me the fuck alone and let me do what I need to do here. It's never going to happen. Now, I could claim it needs to happen. I want it to happen. It should happen. Why can't it? It's never going to happen. Every day I'm going to have to wake up if I'm going to choose to be in a relationship and love and care and nurture and co-create till we're out of here. And arguably, if you ask Romeo and Juliet, we're going then too, to the here, wherever. There's never a final answer and solution. It is only a practice, a process, a procedure, and a revelation. And therefore a co-creation. You are so arrogant and ignorant and uncomfortable with the idea of unknown and infinite. The more comfortable you get with the concept of unknown and infinite, the closer you'll be able to get to understanding. The more that you react and reject unknown and infinite, the more that you claim to know and are deceived, and the more you put limits on the infinite and become infinitely ignorant and arrogant. While proclaiming there must be an answer and a solution. Yes, the solution and the answer is the way that you live. Truth, life, and way that you live. Doesn't stop. Continues on. Too much work for you, huh? Too much energy you got to put in, huh? You got to care too much, huh? You got to accept that you don't have all the answers and there's an unknown around the corner potentially. You got to have faith in the infinite awareness that you reflect to bring you and be a part of all it is that you're going to need to do and be. This is another, by the way, if you sit with the core of your beingness and where your questions emanate from, you will see why this system is the way that it is. Because the most people are like you. They want something they can go to and pretend there's a solution and a finality, like court. It's not. You just played a game in there and you pushed papers around, whether it's cash or claims, and then everyone went back to life. And guess what? Life's got another process rolling on you separate from that court. See, this is your ignorance and arrogance that you want to bring the infinite down to the finite and claim solution and conclusion. You don't get to do that. That's not part of your experience. The fact that you want it to be is going to take you away from what it is or how you should be. That's the ignorant, arrogant, egotistical foolishness. That's why I laugh, like going to court. Oh, we have conclusion and finality, liberty and justice. I got compensated while they take rights. That's not finality and conclusion. They paid you to violate their rights, and you're going to go back to the world where they're going to continue to do it. It's not liberty and justice for all. The only way you're going to get there, interestingly enough, is if all the people bitching and complaining start embodying liberty and justice for all, and they're not, so they won't get it. We don't need a solution and a finality and a conclusion to understand something very simple, that based on who we are and how we're taking ourselves through life is how we generate our results on a micro and a macro level. We got to get back. I'm too out there right now. And then we're coming up on the 2-hour mark. I think I'm going to end it somewhere within the next hour. Or we have some chat creatures. Keith, blessings to you. We're moving forward with the whole Keith situation. I don't think we ever got closure on that, right? See my point? I'm now going to reflect the thing from the negative side to prove what I just said to be true and how I'm subject to it, whether I like it or not. I don't think we ever got conclusion with me or him. There was never finality and a finite conclusion, right? There is a process, program, and procedure where, you know, I surrender in faith and say, well, I guess I'm going to, and again, this is where I guess we could argue this is part of our problem here. You know, if this guy and all of us are looking for finality and conclusion, it can only come in the moment through our practice and process, right? It's like, okay, Keith, you forget even about me and you. We love this truth, this understanding, this way, what we do, and it's the most important thing beyond how we all feel. So we've said and done some things that weren't accurately reflecting of our truest character and what we really understand and want and need to be here. So like, let's cop to that and put that aside to do accountability, responsibility. That's the closest thing you're going to get to the finite, paradoxically, is accessing the infinite. True care, right? So it's like, again, my issue with Wizard, like everybody here, is never really who they are. I guess it is, but it isn't. It's never really who they are. It's the way that they deal with me in the situation, knowing there's a better way and not choosing it. That insults your intelligence along with mine. And it insults the God that you claim to serve, because we were all there. We all heard, we all saw. Let's not deny. Let's not be in denial. Let's just be honest with ourselves and each other, right? We didn't like, we didn't want, it didn't go the way we thought. We said some things and we did some things. And at any time we can choose to say that wasn't as authentic and organic as it could be. We misspoke, right? And then it just, because what it is you got to establish trust with me if you want a relationship. I invariably put people in positions where they have to admit what we all saw. If not, I can't trust them. This is what they call narcissism from me, that people got to submit to Polyboy to have a relationship. No, you got to submit to truth to have a relationship with me if you want me to trust you. I can't trust a grown motherfucker who can't be honest and look at the situation and say, yeah, you know what, I said that and did that and it wasn't real because here I am. Whatever. Like, what do you think that I need that to feel whatever over you? Like, nah, I need that so I could trust you, motherfucker, and respect you. And so does everyone else here. I'm doing you a service. I'm begging you to be your best. Because we all know it's bullshit anyway, bro. When you really get down to it, me doing bit on bits and clowning on all of us and our nonsense lives and shortcomings and weaknesses and all the rest of it is like, get over it. Get with it. We're all pretty much in the same boat anyway, right? Like, how do you get offended when a gay guy calls you a fag? You know what I'm saying? How do you get offended when an obese person calls you fat? Why no joy here? Little happiness, lots of anger, scorn. Would you like to call in? Come up on panel? Are we not free to be however we wish here? I mean, you're categorizing me as being angry and scornful. Maybe I am that. Are we not free to be that and do that? Do you think there's an appropriate time for all these emotions? Do you think there's ever a time to be appropriately angry or scornful? I'm just asking if I am that, if we are that here. Because now you made whatever I'm doing and saying the whole place here, right? That's another. See, this is, you just did it. Thank you. You just did it. Someone's texting me. I'll get back to you. By the way, if someone wants to call in, a few people called in yesterday. I never got to them. Call in. Right. They just did it. They just did it again. Passive aggressive judgment making on everybody here. There's no joy here because Paulie Boy's ranting and raving and he sounds a bit frustrated or bitter at times. Inspired. He sounds a bit passionate. We're going to interpret that completely as anger and scorn. And then we're going to say there's no joy here, right? Because why? Well, this person has so little ego. They're going to tell everybody how joyful they are and how not joyful everyone else is, right? Okay, now what? Now what else? You're joyful. You're like loving and caring. There's none of that here. Where do we go now? What's the next game you're going to play? Another bozo who doesn't realize that we know that it's most likely another person with an alternate account who wants to play power games from the chat box, and it's going nowhere. People who come here and stay here aren't the people who are going to be rabble-roused and affected by you and your appeal to emotion. Get a clue. They don't come here to have their ass kissed and to sit around and wallow in some kind of fake joy and peace that isn't real and palpable. Quite the opposite. They come here because they seek truth and want to be set free, even if they have to shove their face in a sewer in order to see the truth for what it is. And to reflect on how much of a piece of shit they've been all their life in that sewer system. You got the wrong place. See, like the Christed beingness. You'd have told the Christed beingness in his day that there was the love and joy there when he said, I came to bring peace and division. I came with a care in my heart and a sword from my tongue. Do you see that here? Do you feel that here? We're not interested in your fake love and your fake peace on an alternate account, trying to rabble rouse and power game in the chat because you're ultimately powerless in your life. Why don't you go off and be joyful somewhere instead of wasting all that joyful energy and time with the likes of me and us here where there is none? See how full of shit you are? How many people have stayed around me that when I've asked them to leave and go away and won't go away, only to tell me about how dark and morbid and whatever I am? They're fascinated with me and what I'm talking because spiritually, subconsciously, they know they need it. They don't like it. It doesn't feel good, but they know they need it. That's a lot like medicine. A lot like a parasite cleanse. It doesn't taste great. It's bitter. You don't really like it. You know you got to do it. And it works. Even if you got to sweat and shake and detox and get a headache and, it's not a garden party. Okay. So in case you're lost and confused, what we do here is a metaversal parasite cleanse. It's ironic and paradoxical, by the way, that the majority of folks like you who show up here are the parasites, the codependent parasites. So yes, there's bitter herbs that have to be swallowed so the medicine can take a hold and get us back to an alignment where we remove and jettison all the parasites and scum from the body politic. It's not sweet. The sweet stuff is what gives you the diabetes. The real shit that works, that drags the parasites out from the darkness into the light individually and collectively, is the bitter shit that most don't want to look at and drink. But you're going to sit there and remake all of creation again. How many people do you meet in life who are overly joyous and positive, who know the reality and the truth and are willing to live into it courageously? Not usually. Usually the nicest, kindest, politest people are some of the most cowardly. That's why they're so nice, kind, and polite. They're fucking scared and worried about what other people are going to think about them. How do you think you find a coward? What they're afraid of, what runs their life. How do you think you find a courageous person? Somebody who stopped giving a fuck because they care more about the truth and being that and becoming than fitting in with a bunch of lying, nice, kind, polite losers going nowhere. So funny when they used to invite me to these events and it was all nice, kind, polite, joyous, enlightened, loving, caring people, and they were all dyed-in-the-wool slaves. Because they spend their whole life only focusing on the positive and what feels good and what they like, not all the shit that they've been neglecting they got to work on, right? That's why they remain sick. I go, yeah, you guys are real nice, kind, and polite around here, huh? Because they would give me the rap at some point, or I'd feel the energy in the room, and I go, I'm getting where this is going. Now let me get out ahead of it. You guys are all nice, kind, and polite, and all the rest of it here, right? Yeah, yeah. Would you like to do some tests of will? Would you like to do some tests of faith? God doesn't give a fuck how nice, kind, and polite you are. It gives a fuck how faithful you are and valuable to the cause. Oh no, Paulie boy, I don't think we're ready for all that, right? You're ready to be nice, kind, and polite, to live in a prison all day, every day, where people accept you and like you, but you don't want to actually do what's true and what's right and wind up in an actual fucking prison for standing on your rights. Suck me in public with your nice, kind, polite bullshit. You're a bunch of cowards. Save it. The nice, kind, polite act is a way to insulate yourself from someone like me finding out you are a coward, and it doesn't work because I put that mask right aside and get right down to the work and the soul. Doesn't work with me. Works with everyone else. We're not going to be honest and truthful with you and ask questions to get to the core of who and what you are, because you're so fucking nice, kind, and polite. We'll feel guilty about it if we try to search for truth. Don't care. That's why when I meet people and they're overly nice, kind, and polite, I get offended. Shove all that shit up your ass. I know the real you at your core. Let's get down to that. Let's get down to the victim and the victor. See, that humbleness, that nice, kind, polite shit makes a great mask for cowardice. And if you let them, they'll try to tell you to do. Paulie boy, why don't you get a little more humble, be a little more nice, kind, and polite, and get away from that accountability, responsibility stuff. Get away from that harsh truth that hurts our feels stuff. No, that's what got us here. You got a bunch of nice, kind, polite, evangelical politicians who are fucking you and raping you, and you're paying for it, and you're just so nice, kind, polite about it back. Another reason I don't like you and respect you, no matter how nice, kind, and polite you are. Go to your founding fathers. You should be treated with contempt and ignominy. That means shamed. You're not received well because you're nice, kind, and polite and fake and cowardly. You're shamed and reviled. Why? Because your nice, kind, polite cowardice is the undoing of everything good and great here, and we all know it from the beginning of time. That's why I come with a care in my heart and a sword from my tongue. I got to cut through all the bullshit from the nice, kind, polite, civilized, sophisticated intelligentsia around here. It's Christ the dynamic. Love the women and children and show them the way because they want to walk in the way. Tell all the men they're a bunch of fucking slaves because they want to lie in your face and be a bunch of cowards and make excuses. Milk for the babes, meat for strong men. I'm going to put this meat right in your mouth where you need it. The women and children get the milk. The men get the meat. They can handle it. Theoretically. You know how embarrassing it is to have grown men tell me, Paulie boy, you should get nicer, kinder, and politer because we're such bitches we can't handle the truth and reality. That's what got us here. You want me to not give you the bitter medicine that you need? No. I got to do my work here. Let's continue. Let's get back. Let's show you the juxtaposition. Show you the differences in energy. Let's give them what they want, like, and need, right?
So as we keep a watch on this, going through the Sepulveda Pass, you can see traffic is slightly starting to pick up.
Where's the person in chat? We have joy and love now and care. We have joy and love and care now from the newscaster. Can you feel
Not sure
it?
if we can see what exits we're coming up on there. And of course, to the right there, you see the surface streets of Sepulveda, which is kind of another way to go up into the valley should you not want to be on the freeway. So what you're seeing here are your northbound on your left, your southbound on your right, and Sepulveda there on the far right. So as we watch this here, you can tell that the driver is going at a faster rate than the other cars there on the freeway, which makes it more dangerous, even though...
All right, we got to move forward here. They're just showing, there we go. Trump, daddy.
Exactly.
Trump's meeting with Netanyahu and Zelensky, great. More backroom globalist deals at the White House. Perfect.
When that'll come to fruition, which version, where they'll be produced, I think regardless, we're looking at a time frame of quite some time. Probably not before 2027. Even that might be kind of a stretch. So unfortunately for Ukraine, the global supplies of these really crucial missiles will remain quite difficult. So I think this will probably be one of if not the most difficult winter of the war for Ukraine. And of course, the Russians will try to exploit that vulnerability to bombard Ukrainian cities and critical infrastructure.
All right. Thank you to you both, David Daoud and John Hardy with the Foundation for Defense of Democracy. It's interesting to talk about.
Yes, Defense of Democracy on a Republican channel. You guys are absolutely pukish. You are pukey, if that's a word. I got to thank Christopher Marcy. He writes, "For truth is eternal." Thank you, Mr. Marcy, for your contributions and support. We contribute and support you here. You contribute and support us. That is trust, equity, and faith. That is communitarianism, co-creation. That is a beautiful thing. That is also proving we don't need governance outside of self-governance. I didn't need a contract. I didn't need a system. I need a lawyer and an agent and a manager and everything else. Okay? We just do what we're formed to do and do it to the best of our ability and do it over and over again. And if the people on the other side have any trust, equity, and faith within them, then they contribute and support where they find value and power. It's the unspoken social contract we hear so much about that doesn't seem to be understood. Because again, you can't understand it if you have a whole population who's never worked in trust, equity, or faith on any level. So
Yahoo and Trump and Zelensky and how they ebb and flow in such a way. Thanks again, guys.
Totally.
All right, thank you so much to the best, breaking down the latest in what we saw today inside of the Oval Office. A pair of meetings. First, it was Ukrainian leader Zelensky, and then it was Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. So plenty of developments from our nation's capital here on this Tuesday. I'm Andy Mack, a live picture one more time at the White House before we go to break. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute timeout.
On the slide. What else do we have up here? Maybe we get some of this stuff I got collecting up here out of the way. Then we can get back to the slave news and then we get the hell out of here. Right, really, I'm looking forward to seeing Julian and Aaron and the other folks going to court this week, and other folks around who haven't let us know, because it's always constant around here. People going to court, getting results, reporting on that. Make sure you guys do that. If you're into it, of course. Everything is, I can't tell you what to do. I wouldn't if I could. But yeah, if you guys are having experiences with legal lawful on any level, I don't care what it is, bring it here, report it here, because we're going to touch on it. We're going to, bring awareness with it. We're going to inspire with it. We're going to do content with it. So it's a win even if you lose, right? Because again, there is no losing. We don't do this to win. We do this to make a statement that we're not going to comply. We're done. And you guys are going to recognize our rights before this fucking thing is through. Bet on it. It's already happening. Okay. I can speak from an authoritative, faithful position because I'm already watching it happen. And I'm somebody who I'm very bitter, like you all point out at times. At one point, I didn't think there was any hope for these folks. I didn't think there was a resolution here. But now I'm seeing it. It's becoming clear. No. This archetypally makes sense. Power and value systems. Again, my concern is that we're going to get these people right on the legal front, and they're going to move the floor onto you economically. And they're going to drag everybody right back to central banking Ponzi schemes and statism. All right, yeah. Let's hit some vaporized cannabis here. Hopefully that will like make me calm and very monotone and mundane so I can relate to the average corporatist status slave. It doesn't though, that's the thing. You would think like I used to smoke 10, 15 blunts on the broadcast a day, and the more I'm smoking, the more I'm yelling and they're telling me I'm on meth. I'm like, I don't it's almost like at a certain point, it's you know, the things stop affecting me beyond a certain point. They start to think that I got meth rocks in the blunt, right? But no more of that. Too much to tar and all the rest of the shit in my lungs. So I'm gonna encourage you folks out there too, because I know a lot of you are like me. You got your bondage, vice, and addictions. You got to care more for yourself. Give your body and your lungs and everything a break. If nothing else, if you got to go back, at least give it a fucking break. It's good discipline training for you anyway. You know, practice telling yourself no for everything. Yes for everything you need. No for everything you don't need that you know is not going to really benefit you. That'll serve you everywhere in life, including legal lawful. All right, what do we got up here? We got Jose Maria.
Child of God, that you have a mother, a father, somebody who loves you. I'm sure that someone in the world, a cousin, brother, sister, somebody loves you, Kelly. You're not going to find that the love that you deserve here on this channel. So that's why I just helped you move along, Kelly. Go to another channel, love. Go to another channel. Find God. Okay. Yes, I do. I sure do. No, pal. Yes, I do. 100%. But you have to work hard. It's not a free ride. You have to work hard. If you want to get it done, you have to work real hard. Yeah, Kelly, you're gonna find happiness somewhere else. There's gonna be someone out there who really likes you.
It's me.
Appreciate it.
It's most likely Kelly Knuckles, and she went over there because I told everyone to go over there and point out your garbage, and you just block everyone. Not because they're trolling you, because you don't want to be accountable. I block trolls here who don't want to be accountable as well. You block people who want to be accountable because you're the fucking troll. The troll has a broadcast now. That's the problem. You got a bunch of trolls who are content creators and broadcasters, LARPers. So, yes, Kelly and all the other folks can come right on over here where we care about the truth and what matters and aren't just going to lie on everybody and grift.
Get that, Barber. Thanks, dude. Thanks, man. You're just going to find more happiness on a channel where people support your point of view. On this channel, people are not going to agree with you. Most people on this channel really hate cops. I don't think all cops are bastards.
Okay,
I think
it's not
all
her.
cops you cannot trust.
It's not her. I'm just desperately like it's not desperately. I'm just loving and wanting it to be that so I can be entertained. I shouldn't do that.
Them to treat them all like a loaded gun. But I don't think they're all bastards. I think that there's some good cops out there trying to do it right, but they're forced into policies, procedures, and protocols that are brutal, inhumane, and barbaric, that you can't possibly be a good person. Yeah, you don't watch my cop watches, Selena? I do cop watches all the time. Just not here in Los Angeles because there's just so few. The cops in LA don't pull people over like they do in Phoenix or like they do in Raleigh, North Carolina. They don't pull people over here like they do in other cops in other cities. Yeah, Ace Laws. I know that about you, man. I know a little bit about you. You and I have talked a few times, Ace Laws. I know a little bit about you that you go pro se. No, Sally. Commander Alpha Turkey, you're misinterpreting it.
Let's get into that. Beta males love to speak dead languages to seem smart and intelligent. I'm pro se. Let's do that. Let's look it up. Pro se etymology originates from Latin meaning for oneself. Wow. Or on behalf of oneself. And again, one of my problems is, what is the self? I know that's a crazy thing to ask, right? Don't we all know, Polly boy? Don't we all take it for granted? No, we don't take anything for granted. So I don't know why we just can't talk in English and say, for ourselves. I'm not picking my nose, excuse me. I have a scab effect going on here. It's bothering me. It's itching me. I lit my nose on fire the other day. It's a whole thing. I don't want to get into it. But yeah, it's weird. We just can't go to court and go, hey, I'm me. This is me. I need more than that, though. Let's see here. Pro se means himself, herself, itself, or themselves. Interesting. Right. Yeah, I gotta, I'm weird like that. I'm very conspiratorial where I believe there's always more to the story, even if the people involved don't know it, like cosmically, spiritually, if nothing else. So when you start using a bunch of words from languages we don't typically use, I start thinking that you want to communicate an idea different from what you say that it is. So like itself, something is going to stand for itself. As pro se, maybe I'm just overthinking it. I seem to remember going deep into this pro se etymology and stumbling upon something that made me a bit concerned, and I can't call it to mind right now. Yeah, on behalf of oneself or for oneself. Right. I argue that all capital letters is the self in the commercial system, and that when you say pro se, you're representing on behalf of that self. It is also, they mentioned the term here, public defender. It is interesting to consider that in the person's name is a public defender. So you're accepting indirectly the claim that you are the public or part of the public. I don't know what comes with that status and that title. If I am public and I am to be defended, does that mean I'm not a people? God-given right? Yeah, forgive me for the dead air. I'm just going over this stuff here. I guess I could give you guys some energy here, a setting, right? I could set a tone.
You are a slave. Your government does not care about you, GI. You should go watch Paul Unshaved and stop being so stupid. Look at you, GI. Vaxxed, taxed, and raxed and paying to be ruled over. You are not free. You are a coward slave. GI. Maybe you need more rockdown and shots and policy to feel safe again. GI. Your leaders send your sons to die in war, and your daughters go to Epstein Island.
Right. So I'm going to have to look into that more, because I usually go down these roads and I find something that piques my interest, and I don't have it right now, and I'm not going to keep you guys sitting there to find it. Here's the bottom line in my commonsensical sort of perspective is it never benefits me to use words that I mean, we could argue all words are given to us to describe meaning. So we're already taking a gamble there because we didn't create it. It's not personal to us. And it could get us in issues and problems potentially through intimation and presumption and assumption, right? So I err on that side with everything. You say something and I'm on the fence about it, or you're citing Latin and all the rest of this, I'm not gonna repeat that and say that I'm that, and I don't need to. I'm a man under God with God-given rights. Even that statement could be picked apart 1,000 different ways. That's part of what legal and law, legal system and law really is. It's all really philosophy and logic and morals and ethics, right? But yeah, I definitely think the next layer of this is we have to keep it very simple and get it down to a simplified space and language and get that recognized. Because it's like part of the whole pimp game is if you start talking Latin, then they're going to start talking it because you brought it in, you invoked it, so they're going to start using it. And if you don't know what it all means, then they're going to wrap you up in it. Yeah, I don't see the benefit other than trying to sound smart. Like, oh, I'm going to court and I'm pro se. Like, why wouldn't we just say I'm going to present my claim? Yeah, in my world or in this world with the way that it is and how they operate, it's always best to not understand than it is to say you understand or pretend to when it's not possible to understand. You don't know completely who created those words and how they're using them and what they mean completely. So why answer to that? Why accept that status, that title, that standing, just like defend it and everything else? So every step of the way, it should be a correction. I'm a man under God with God-given rights. I don't know nothing about Are you going to be acting pro se here today? First of all, I'm not acting. That's you. I'm not an actor. I don't know anything about pro se. I don't speak Latin. I'm not going to invoke Latin here. I'm going to present my claim. To be very simple, straight to the point. There's no other man here who can rebut that claim. So execute on the claim. That's all the administrator's there to do. Execute on a legal and lawful, legitimate, verified claim. Just like this motion crap and all the rest of it. We don't need all that. That doesn't benefit us to have to learn that in order to use common fucking sense. So you got the people here are making the claim. Are they showing up? If not, this matter needs to be discharged. Shouldn't even have to motion these people. They're supposed to know the law and they're supposed to infer when necessary. I shouldn't have to work them like a robotic machine to get a result. These are supposed to be conscience-able people who can make discernment and judgment. I shouldn't have to learn any of this crap, and I shouldn't have to motion them like a robot to do the right thing. They see what it is. It's on the face of it. They know what it is because we did the testimony. Can't establish yourself in anything other than what's there. You make the ruling because it's the right thing to do. I shouldn't have to cajole you and coerce you and activate you to do what we all signed up to do here. And I know that it's bullshit because the last case that I had, there was no one on the other side, and it didn't matter what they wanted me to stylize as. I had to explain that to them. You can't dictate to me how I'm going to move this court. I'm the only man here. So you better stop pretending to not understand me and do your fucking duty. Because they all want to play power games. Paulie didn't motion civil procedure rule 1B A6 up my ass. I don't need to. Let's get back to the law. You got a claim from anyone on the other side? No. Did the prosecutor just turn their camera off because they're a bitch and they know that they don't have status and standing over me and can't move a case legitimately without being criminally liable? Yeah. Okay, great. So now all we have is a fucking complaint and an affidavit signed by somebody who's not present at court. Do I really need to say this? Where this is going? Do I really need to say anything? And again, I didn't have to motion or any of that garbage. I didn't have to know rules of procedure or any of that garbage. This is archetypal and as simple as it gets. No one's on the other side. I retain the movement of the court because I'm here as a man under God with God-given rights. You got a duty to me and an obligation to me in this case. And you will discharge this matter. Don't have to sign any papers. Didn't have to get any representation. Didn't have to get bond. Didn't have to know civil procedure. Didn't have to motion the robots. Because again, 3/4 of this is bullshit and nonsense and power games. They know what the fuck is going on. It's obvious. They deal with this all day, every day. Let's get down to it. Let's get real with ourselves and each other. You know how you really get them beyond the procedure and the process is no human wants to look like an absolute moron fool at what they do all day, every day. It's just that simple. Just encourage them in some way, indirectly if you can. Make them think it's their idea. See, this is how you get very effective. In indirect manipulation, it's not like con man manipulation. It's getting people to do what they know they're supposed to do while thinking it's their idea, right? You know? So like you intimate in certain ways and you let them know who they're dealing with and what it's going to look like if you start to do certain things versus everyone else, right? And then it occurs to them, Paulie doesn't need to know civil procedure and process here. He's going to use common sense to make us all look criminal or stupid. And we don't want that and we don't like that. Get him out of here. See, this is what I've been doing since 12 years old. Making claims and asking questions to undo your whole system of nonsense where you all want to look like you're intelligent and in charge, but you don't even know what the fuck you're doing, how to do it the correct way. From day one, it's just get him out of here. Put him in ISS away from everybody. Get him out. Get him out. Homeschool him. Get him out. We don't want him asking questions that reveal to all the other slaves that we're not as powerful and knowledgeable as we purport to be. That's it. Just like in The Wizard of Oz, the only time the wizard got back into reality and started leveling with everyone is when the curtain got pulled back and we all realized what it really is. Yeah, it's not a good look when a guy in a trailer takes off from what he's not doing for work to come down to court and make you all look like a bunch of corrupt fools, either corrupt or foolish, or both, without any training or certification and just using common sense. Not a fucking morale booster for everyone involved, I'll tell you. Well, yeah, it's like if jurisdiction means to speak the law, M. Davis, and they're going to start talking Latin and getting you to repeat it, well, then you just put yourself in their jurisdiction because they resurrected the then language and added on to it as far as their legal procedure. And again, this is just in my mind. I'm not saying that that's absolutely what it is. I'm just saying it occurs to me that that's part of the spiritual game. It's just like, again, we'll go back to the street analogy. If you got a bunch of Bloods and Crips who start the Bloods and Crips and they start taking other languages and inserting them into their lingo and then talking to everybody with it, if you start talking it back, they're going to presume you to be one of them. Oh, yeah, Blood, I'm just bicking back and booling and all the rest of this shit. They're going to say, we're going to treat you like a Blood now. Cool, thanks. It doesn't matter what you actually are or what you're not or how you feel about it. They invoked a language. You spoke it back and used it. They're going to treat you like one of them now. That's the game for me. That's the pimp and hoe game, by the way. That's prison game also. It's prison psychology. It's everywhere you go. Every venue you go, you have the same game happening. Called something different. And it is. It's a confidence game. I'm going to confidently ask you something and hope you repeat it. And when you do, I got you while you think you prove something. I do it here all day, every day, except my confidence is not a game. See the difference? So they're gonna give you 5 or 10 legal phrases and Latin linguistics, and they're gonna get you to accept it and repeat it back, and they're gonna say, "Great, you're one of us. We got arraignment and jurisdiction because you just started talking like one of us. And if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it's a duck, and that's how we're gonna treat it." So again, this is all just in my mind, the idea of invoking, conjuring, invoking. What are you conjuring and invoking? You all want to get in there and conjure and invoke the Roman Empire, statism, legalism, and you know. Because they taught everyone, right? What at the core of the sub-psychology is they taught everybody that being a man under God with God-given rights and talking like me, simplistically, isn't good enough. You're not good enough. You know, just like they try to convince all the black folks back in the day to dress up like them and talk their language so they could control them and order them around. Because lawfully, legally, and lawfully, you can't order somebody around who's not part of your society. And the less they look and talk and act like you, the more it's substantiated that you're not a part of their society. It gives them less control over you. Another game they try to play when you walk into court, if you're wearing a headdress, religious or otherwise, to try to tell you to take it off, because in their culture, they don't wear a hat indoors and during church. And church is also court because it goes back to the same building etymologically. That's pimp game. You're not going to tell me what I'm going to wear and not wear to express myself at this court. I remember getting it into one of them with it about that one day back when I used to wear the hats regularly. You know, I kind of got away from that, but, you know. I don't know what just happened. I just got the spin over here on my internet connection. But yeah, it's more cultural root word cult programming, where you're going to tell people they can or can't express themselves in a certain way and have a certain culture because you want them to look and act and sound like you and your people. This is probably why the Moors and all these other folks wear big purple fuzzy hats when they go to court, to establish they're not part of your society. Not only do they not take their hat off, they wear a big purple fuzzy Barney hat. And they're very black people. And they don't talk necessarily like everyone else who's, you know, trained. So the people start to become aware in the room. This person is not part of our legal society. We can't ascribe obligations to him as legitimately as we could the next person who walks, talks, acts, looks, and speaks like that. So yeah, it goes back to that whole crisis dynamic, falsely believing you have more power by getting in with and acting like than you do by coming out of her, my people. That's the mind and heart of a slave, by the way. All right, let's get back. Where are we at on time? All right. Moors are like a meme. Moors are a meme. I don't know what that means. I'm guessing that you're going to project onto them and lie about them because you're a coward who's been programmed with this whole everyone who won't suck dick is a sovereign citizen, right? And of course, the Moors have to be silly and ridiculous. And you don't care that they win regularly at court and that they back administrators into corners and make them look like absolute fools and dunces. You don't care about any of that. And you know another reason why you say what you say, because you're so easily suggestible and manipulatable. You let folks curate content and shove it up your ass, only showing certain Moors who act a fool and don't know what they're talking about. Because every community or sector that you go to, you're going to have folks LARPing at something who have no idea what the fuck they're doing and talking about, and can't carry it out, right? They can't carry the torch, so to speak. So you sit around on these other channels of cowardly losers who cherry pick handfuls of Moorish interactions where the person's an absolute illiterate dunce. You never pick the ones where the guy goes to prison for 15 years, converts spiritually inside, learns the law better than anyone else, comes out and like drags the administrator around the room verbally to the point where they run out of the room and just go, get him out of here, dismissed, I gotta go. Yeah, you and your people aren't gonna look at that. You're not gonna report on that. You're gonna act like that doesn't exist. Because you're lying cowards. Is the bottom line. Just like they do with me and everyone else. Hundreds and thousands of views per video on these certain channels. Millions of subscribers. All lying on me and the people who come here, and never once did they correct the record that everything they said was a lie. That we don't know the law. We don't get results at court. We're all just a joke and a meme. And then we have the dozens of people who can show up here at any one time when you all are ready. I can put the call out. They'll all come here and say what they learned and what they've been inspired by here got them results at court. We've replicated hundreds of times at this point, and they're still not correcting the record over there, proving who and what they were the whole time. See, but in their world, it doesn't matter because there's no God, there's no good faith and honorability, there's no karma, and there's no consequence to what we do. We're going to see about that.
San Diego has a problem with cops. Do they pull people over all the time down in San Diego? Because there's always cops pulling people over in other cities. They don't have the pullover ratio here that they do in other cities. See, I told you, Sally. I told you. See that? Yep, I told you. We got to try to keep our team intact. There's always going to be people that come in and hate us. So we got to try to keep Little Ray, I'm just trying to sell as many products as I can. I had a GoFundMe for 15 grand. We made 9,000. So I'm super grateful to everybody who donated to GoFundMe. Thank you, the GoFundMe. Everybody who donated to the GoFundMe. Thank you so much. The GoFundMe is still up and still going. I don't read from anything, dude. I know all the case law off the top of my head. So yeah, I appreciate the comment though, Chazak7. Thanks, dude.
Again, the beta male legalist corporatist thinks that he has power and value by memorizing a bunch of quotes of other people's experience without ever having the experience they were quoting. This is why in the Tao it writes about the average man grows in size, not in wisdom. He is like an ox. Knowledge only cleaves his head while he misses the way for the way. It's all right there 1,500 years before Jesus Cristo. Jesus Cristo repeated the presentation of the truth, life, and way. Because it's the same thing over and over again. He just proved it all in one moment right there, and most people missed it. And the ignorance and arrogance too. I don't need to do this, that, and the third, because I have it all memorized right here. Yeah, that's the fool's undoing every time, is thinking that they're going to overwrite heart-based consciousness with what's in your little big mind because you're so intelligent and big-brained and big-minded, but you got such a broken heart absent of care. And if you don't care, you can't get to truth or true enough. You just don't care to. Okay? Every time with these people, they just don't understand. These are the people who would have went to get armies if you had a De Castro army back in the day. This is all simulation of this, by the way, to an extent, you could argue. The De Castro army is so easily undone because in the moment when forced to make a decision, they don't have the intuitional instincts and the experience to draw from. They got to go up into their mind and pick a card. Those are the easiest people to whoop in any situation. Ask somebody who does martial arts. The whole practice is getting out of your mind. Do we go back to Bruce Lee when he first came here? Because I know Paulie's a fat slob. He doesn't know anything about self-defense. He didn't do martial arts. Got it. Bruce Lee did, though. And he does a whole movie about the Tao and martial arts and how it all relates and the way to the way. And what does he say to the little kid who thinks he's going to whoop everybody but can't fucking do the simple kick the right way with passion and energy? He says, Be formless. Be shapeless like water. You need to empty your mind. What we need in the kick is emotional content. Emotional content. See? It's all right there. From a war master, not you, DeCastro, who LARPs about being on a fucking mat with people wrestling. A guy who could literally beat up 10 people at once. What is the core of his philosophy that he embodied and brought forth? It's argued he created a whole new martial arts system, Jeet Kune Do, the art of the intercepting fist. See? This is all Taoistic, Christed-centric to some extent, way to the way ideas. Master of self in war. You don't go up into your mind to be in the flow, to be co-creative, to be response-able and account-able. You get out of the mind and into the body. This is called the flow zone also. If you ask an athlete, you're supposed to be an athlete, but you obviously, again, you talk it, maybe you try to do it, but I don't believe it because all the best athletes know about a flow space that you enter where you get out of the mind and the thoughts and you just be. And once you get better and better at accessing that beingness, you start to operate from the core of your beingness like second nature. See? And the memory is now cellular. We're not up here. The information is like, it is me. I become one with it, see? Just like when they teach you in martial arts, if you're going to have a sword or an appendage, you have to become one with it. You have to move with it like it extends off of your body. You can't do that if you're in the mind, in the thoughts. That's why when you got to court and they said, come on up to the podium and talk, you went, hamina. You pulled a Ralph Cramden in the middle of court. And they bang zoomed your ass to the moon because you want to sit here and try to teach when you can't do. And those that can't do can't teach because they can't explain to others how to replicate the process that they can't do. Okay? This is beyond laughable. You want to sit here and give out bad game while I kick good game off the top of my head. You want to get in your memories and spout bad game that fucks everybody, including you. You can't make this shit up. That's how I know you're not a lawyer or a legal scholar and can't move the court. That's how I know you're not a real good athlete. That's how I know you're not a real good fighter. All in one moment, I can conclude all of that. But let you tell it, you're an expert at all of it. He doesn't need the weight of the way or responsive accountability because he's got all the facts and case records memorized in his goofy head. We didn't see or hear that when you were at court. Quite the opposite. You fake cried and put your head down and you had nothing to say other than you started cursing out the bailiff. Absolute clown. God, I wish I would have and I tried to get it. I said, you guys are doing court here. Where's the video for our Zoom? Oh, we don't do that. Really, you don't do that. And I came out of the jail cell, so I couldn't record. I wish I would have recorded that last court interaction with me in the orange jumpsuit, shackled to the fucking table, doing the Zoom court with the person on the administrator right there on the screen. God, I wish I had my last fucking court presentment just to fucking show you all what it looks and sounds like and the vibe around it, what it feels like, and how it's the antithesis of everything we've seen from this clown when he's not on the street running his fat fucking mouth and can't back it up. I swear, I'm not bigging myself up. The woman got wet on the bench. I don't care, family broadcast or not. I'm going to speak it because I know. I spent 26 years having no interaction with women and not being loved and likable. I know when a woman's into me. It happens so infrequently that when it does happen now, I can spot it a mile away. This woman got wet on the bench when she seen me and heard me rapping in the orange suit like there was no tomorrow. Just like I do here. And you know what was so great about it? I spent 1,000 days here on this broadcast, preparing for that day on that screen, and it looked just like this without the headlines and everything. Here I am again, Paulie boy, and now I get to play with someone who's actually involved, and I get to go right into my rap. It was like I was born to do it the whole time, right there. Because I just spent the last 1,000 days talking from the heart, repeating the claim on file and on record with myself and everybody else here, living the information and encoding it into my DNA to where when the time comes to speak, it's all right there. Straight from the heart to the point where everyone in the room is, you can feel it. I just brought a holy ghost into the room with everybody. And again, it has two reactions usually. Sometimes people get wet on the bench. Sometimes people look like they just seen a fucking ghost. And that's exactly the way it's supposed to be. And then there's this. Then we have this. And this is with an attorney next. And we have this. Tell me all about what you don't need to do and be because you got all the fucking quotes from other losers. Not losers. You got the quotes from all the other real motherfuckers who did something and put on record some greatness that you memorize, right? But you ain't become the greatness yet. You ain't one with the greatness and the I am that am yet. And you're the last to know because when the day comes that you are, I and folks around here will be the first to see it and feel it and know it. It'll be undeniable. Just like it will be at court. You think when I show up to court and I got a 3 to 5 line solid fucking claim and I've rebutted all the presumptions and I got a silver and gold tongue that it is at all anything but undeniable in that room what's going to happen next? How to win without fighting. How to beat them before we ever start. This is Sun Tzu, the first 10 principles. It's all born out of the way to the way and the process of consciousness and awareness and enlightenment. Because in a world of dark, shape-shifting con men, kill, steal, and destroy, you have to know how to be a war master in order to survive the walk. Because if not, the lying, cheating, grifting, cowardly scum will get together in groups and take your life and your property. So typically all throughout history, the most enlightened folks, the most conscious and aware folks were also war masters. They had to be. Do you think Trump is playing a double role? Someone had mentioned it's in his star sign. Sir, ma'am. I think Liam is a man's name, ain't it? Sir, I don't think anything. It's known at this point, okay? I'm not going to say it's known because I have to be completely honest to the cosmic agreement. All but known. I think that's how that phrase is used correctly. It couldn't be any more obvious. What do you think, Sarah? Do you think that when Donnie signs on to more glyphosate, is the father of the vaccines, didn't put Hillary or anyone else in jail, started more endless wars he campaigned on stopping, just merged the Israeli military with United States corporation military? Do you think maybe he's not a white hat, QAnus, storm coming hero? You think maybe that you got duped and gamed again, possibly? Because that's what you deserve of serve. That's what you're of service to. So it makes sense you deserve it and that's what you get. I can tell you guys every time what you're going to get everywhere in your life to some extent based on the input of the cause and effect. This isn't that difficult. You don't want that. You don't want an accurate mapping of the cosmos and reality and cause and effect and the reverse engineered systems dynamics. You don't want it. You don't want it because of how you feel about it. It's a shame. Can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. The consciousness that created this is a slave mind and heart. A slave mind and heart looks for some other man to run their life for them. Bam, it can't work. Doesn't matter what Trump is doing or not doing. He could be the best guy ever doing all the right things. He can't get you where you need to go. It can't happen. There's no way to make it happen, sir. It's not a real thing. It's delusion. It's denial. You're an addict, is what it is. You sit around all day imbibing in your drug of choice, which is collectivism, and you hallucinate a reality that the rest of us aren't living in, and you proclaim that just around any corner is going to be your salvation by doing the same things that got you fucked. You are literally an addict. There's no other way to look at it. It's by definition. You just take heroin out and you substitute collectivism, and everything else in the equation is exactly the same. Because power and value dynamics are always the same. Absolutely. I told Mr. DeCastro that and a bunch of other things before he ever went. If you don't want to do common law or common practice, or universal law is a better way to put it, common law is misunderstood as or misrepresented as case record. They'll say common law is case record to try to keep you in this looping box, not a looping box, but in this loop or in a box to be controlled. If you don't want to do what I and others do by putting the status, title, and claim and rebutting the presumption on file and getting it discharged like 8 or 9 out of 10 times, because there's just nobody on the other side, you could just be honorable and good faith and buy into the whole legal system and just cop to your wrongdoing as a man, and you'll be way better off. I know, because I did it. One of my first cases, I had already been to jail and did 100 days on a violation of probation because I did 4 years of probation. I have 4 years with a month left, 3 years and 11 months, because this is what Paulie Boy does. This is his life, and especially the walk he used to. This is just fucking par for the course. 1 month left on a 4-year probationary stint. By the way, I was lying through the whole thing, bringing in urine, faking piss tests, selling drugs, using drugs. 1 month left out of 4 years. I've told the story before. I mean, I don't have to tell all the stuff in between. I go to somebody's house. I go to try to talk to somebody, and the kid's sister. It's late at night. We've been doing drugs the whole night. He goes, she's in the next room. He's telling me a story about how she's dating some gangbanging lowlife, and I got the bright idea to try to go save her when I couldn't save myself. I walk in the room. She looks over, starts screaming because I'm so bright. I didn't realize she never met me before. I'm 6'3", 280 pounds, standing in her doorway at like 1 a.m, and she doesn't know I'm in the house. She loses her shit, starts screaming. Father comes out from the other bedroom, all on the same floor. The father comes out from the other bedroom. Who the fuck are you? What are you doing here? He realizes his son's doing heroin with me and whatever else. Well, no, because the kid I was with lied about it and put it all on me. Another common theme. He calls the cops because, you never met a beta male who couldn't just have a fucking interaction without calling the state to make sure everything was like, it was literally like, hey bro, I'm not doing nothing. I didn't even get into the room. I went to go talk to her and I didn't realize I never met her before and that she's going to look over and see me, not know who I am and lose her shit. I'll just leave. Like we couldn't do that. That wasn't a thing. So then I had to stay till the cops came and not deny that, which I did. And the cops came, they drove me home. They came back a day or two later, took me down to interview me. They did a whole hours of interview. They determined I wasn't doing anything wrong, that I wasn't going to try to hurt nobody or nothing like that. It was all misunderstanding. The problem is I had police contact. So now I got violated. Okay. When I got violated, I went to probate. Well, no, first I had police contact. So I had to have a probationary hearing. Like they told me to come in, come on down. You had some police contact. We got to talk to you. Oh, by the way, we're going to piss test you now. And there's no way out of this because we're going to like watch your dick and whatever else. And I wasn't prepared for all that. I could have been prepared for all that, but I didn't, they went all the way with it. So I had to actually drop urine. And when I dropped urine, the whole panel lit up like a Christmas tree, Xanax, weed, PCP, shit, you know, you name it. So got violated, did 100 days, came out, right back at it, arrested again. The point I'm making is, at some point in this journey, one of my first dealings with trying to get remedy without an attorney and wanting to just speak and talk for myself because it's my life, good, bad, or indifferent, right? I got further with an attorney, without an attorney after everything than I did with one. When I had the attorney, I got the 4 years, got the violation, all the rest of that. This time around, I didn't give up any of my rights. I told him, listen, not only am I not giving up my rights, I'm claiming I was the whack job at court claiming him. You should have seen these black people behind me. Should have seen them Davis's cousins. They almost they almost jumped out of the seats to tell them he doesn't believe what he's saying. You know, like, because you start to, when you go to court, you hang out outside, you chain smoke cigarettes, you go to a little thing and you start talking to everybody around there. And a lot of times, for whatever reason, it's a lot of black folks. Riverhead, New York, jails, you know. So they think I'm absolutely insane. They're like, Paul, you're going to go up there and tell a judge that you got a right. Oh, yeah, Molly, too, MDMA, that was in there. Because that was the next thing I got caught for. I got caught with the actual drugs and whatever else. But it was in the home. You know, someone called the cops. They wound up in the home, found the drugs. They said, your crazy white ass is going to stand up in court and tell the administrator, the magistrate, the judge, whatever they call it, that you got a right to take MDMA and these other drugs and do whatever you want with your body. You must be insane. And they're all laughing and giggling at me how I'm going to get fucked and raped because that's not what we do. We go get an attorney. So I told the broad, the administrator, I said, listen, I'm fucked up. I'm suicidal. I really don't want to live around this motherfucker. Okay, let's start there. That hit different. It hit different, bro. I'm not like that no longer, but I was really bad off at this time. I really didn't want to live. I had a really hard time with life and just living and just doing regular shit. And I told her, I said, to avoid killing myself or somebody else around here, I take these drugs in order to explore my consciousness, and I find that it benefits me certain ways. By the way, fast forward, all these drugs that they put me in jail for at one point are all legal now and being used in hospitals to expand consciousness and change people's fucking life. Paulie was ahead of his time, I guess. Once again, we won't talk about that. So we won't talk about the fact that I never felt a feeling of what people call love until I took MDMA, because I was so fucking heartbroken what happened with my mother so early on in my life. Just completely shut me down, shut me off. I didn't even know what it was. That's how shameful a situation was. So, yeah, this woman basically said to me, Paulie boy, you seem pretty intelligent. You got some fucking balls on you. This is something we don't normally see, but you have a point, right? And by the way, this was another time where my father told me I was an idiot, I was crazy, I got lucky, and I better never try that again, and that I didn't know anything, that she just took pity on me, right? This was my support system. He wonders why I feel the way that I do about him, because he still hasn't copped to it. Every fucking point in my journey where I was searching my soul and embodying my soul and coming out in the open to be what I'm meant to be, the person who was supposed to love me and care for me and accept me and protect me told me to shut up and be a slave and destroy myself, whether they know it or not. Their best efforts, I can't blame them, because literally, forgive them, they know not what they do, right? They wonder why I have certain bitterness, resentment, and contempt toward them. It's not only for what they did every step of the way, it's for the fact they've never copped to it and apologized or just shot straight about it. Really insults everybody's intelligence. But okay, what else is new here, right? So she said, listen, you could probably go to trial and do a pretty good job and you might get out of this case. I don't think you know what you need to know about the legal system and how to move the court. This is just now the woman on the bench leveling with me, talking to me woman to man. Now we're back in the common law again. No legal process, procedure, no prosecutor, no nothing. Just the administrator woman as a mother, as a woman, talking to a man, a son, who didn't have a mother. See the bottom line of what this really is? She said, Paulie boy, you need help. You know? She recognized that I needed care and I needed help so that I could grow into being what I was meant to be. I didn't need more judgment and jail and punishment and all the rest of it. So she told me, you know, you're fucked up. You know that. You need help. This isn't going to end well. Why don't you give yourself a shot? Give yourself a chance. Go to rehab, you know? So I realized then, you get further at court speaking from the heart and just doing what makes sense and not giving a fuck about what everyone, including your father. Had some guy call me this week. My daddy. Paul, you know, I just can't get inspired enough. Another guy with more money than he knows what to do with. That's why he's so comfortable and weak. My daddy writes my claims for me. My daddy's got a business. My daddy's got attorneys he knows. My daddy's going to do it all for me. Yeah, and you're not going to become the daddy you need to be, and you're not going to meet your fucking cosmic daddy, dunce. You're not getting away with something. You're giving it all up. But this is the point, right? I could have 2 or 3 court presentments before that where we pay a ton of money and get the attorneys and do it all by legal process and get a way better result by just speaking from the heart, man to man, man to woman, and going with God and the truth, because you're going to get what the fuck you need at that point, regardless of what you want and don't want. We got to let the universe work for us, and the universe, God, only helps those who help themselves. So yeah, the rest is history. I went to rehab and I got all the experiences I needed with a pastor specifically who spoke life into me and reminded me that I had a mission here and a purpose that I wasn't even aware of, but was in the core of my beingness. And that's precisely the point, right? Is that throughout this whole journey, the one constant was at the core of my beingness is I cared about the truth and finding out. I wanted to know. And I was willing to risk it all, whether it was taking the fucking drugs and potentially killing myself or destroying my brain, or whether it was standing at court or anything. I want to know. I want to get to the other side of this. I'm in this for everything that I'm meant to get and be. Right? So yeah, that's the prerequisite. That's the most important thing. You got to really care, and you got to really practice faith and surrender, and you got to throw yourself into this game to get everything that you need, whether you want it or not, especially if you don't want it. Because if not, you wind up like that guy calling me up already knowing what the fuck I'm going to tell him. He wants to play the game with me where I'm the bad guy. Oh, I'll play it. Because you already called me knowing what I was going to say. Paulie, do you think that I should just let my daddy write up my claims for me or hire his attorney and pay for it so that we can get out of trouble? Because, and then I asked him what it's about. Oh, some marriage to some woman on Columbia. They don't even have jurisdiction here. You're sitting there in fear, cycling with your bitch ass daddy about fears of shit they can't even act on because they don't have jurisdiction. And even if they can, because they have compacts nowadays where you could do something on Columbia, and even though we can't travel back and forth legally and lawfully, they're going to hold you liable civilly in your bank account because of the world government banking system through treaties and compacts. What's the point, dude? What are you really in this for? That's when I got to turn to a motherfucker doing what I do and ask them. This isn't me teaching you. This is me revealing who and what you are at the core of your beingness, whether you like it or not, want it or not. What are you in this for, bro? You're in this to just be safe and comfortable and get away every time? Or are you in this to become what the fuck you're meant to be? Because if that's the case, throw yourself into all of it. Stop looking on how you're going to get out of it and who's going to get you out of it. Start looking at how you're going to go deeper in. So this thing can really remake you and form you, right? Like a potter with clay. It's the only way it's going to happen. They think they're clever and cute and slick. Oh, we got out of all this. Yeah, you got out of a coming of age story too, where a man is made out of you through adversity. Adversity makes men. Prosperity makes monsters. It's old and cliche for a reason. So I ask him, What are you in this for? Are you in this to become a man or a monster? You want to sit around and complain about all the monsters outside of you, but I don't see a man among you. You think maybe one reflects the other? You know how difficult it is to get an individualized, selfish, greedy, worldly slave to realize you're already in something and a part of something here. The story's already written. The purpose is baked in. You don't get a choice. You're with it and you resolve it, or you ignore it and it eats you. My dad, he's going to do this, that, and the third. We're back to the Tao again. Your own thoughts, not mastered, will be your own greatest downfall. Your thoughts in your mind, once mastered, will break through to a state of consciousness that can help you more than your own mother or father. I know that because I lived it. I didn't have to go to the book to cite. I go to the book to correlate because I have sight. I don't need to cite the paper. I can see. I can feel. I know. Then you got two options at that point. To cop to the fact that you never thought of it that way, or that you didn't want to accept it even if you did think of it that way, or you refuse to think about it like that and know it like that. Because you want it to be something other than what it is. That impulse right there is the Luciferian impulse. You just sealed your deal. You don't get to decide what this creation is. You get to understand what it is by seeking the truth about it and having it revealed through a godly experience. You are not God, but you can work with the God within you. But you got to care about that and want that with all your heart, right? This isn't a fucking fleeting, passing hobby. You know? This is a lifestyle practice going to remake every aspect of your beingness the way that it's meant to be. So again, that's what you come to me and it's not even me. That's what you come to I am that am inside of you and outside of yourself in places like this for, if you're really into it. If you're not, you know where to go and be. You know where to go and be when you don't want to do this process and want everything else in the world but this, when the only thing that can save you from all the problems in the world is this.
I know it's really hard to believe that someone just sits and study all this shit as much as I have, but yeah, I just sit and study it. The cop I interviewed, he sat there and said that I had a cheat sheet in front of me. I said, bro, you don't know me, do you, bro? You don't know me. I'm trying to sell as many products as I can right now because I got to pay for this attorney, but I sell the product for a fair value, and I give you extra products with your purchase. So if you buy one trifold, I'm going to give you two. Okay. Yeah, you're probably on the wrong page, dude. You're probably on the wrong page, bro. You're gonna, the beginning of that, like just go somewhere where there's gonna be like people who appreciate you, brother. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of channels. You don't have to stay on my channel. You're
revealing yourself again to Castro. Every time you folks speak, you don't understand that you reveal the core of your beingness and therefore how you live your life on every level. Okay. So you're projecting onto that person that they live their life by going places where they're accepted and received, where everybody likes themselves and each other. That's a cult of personality. That's that fake shit. You're supposed to get together in groups in places where the individuals serve and have reverence toward the truth. That's the power couple. That's the power group, right? So even when you try to passively aggressively insult that person, you reveal how you think and therefore how you live, and what you live takes to everything that you do. And you think that your situation and hers and everyone else's is supposed to be like this one. Notice the difference on what they do and what we do. I don't give a fuck if you like me. I literally come here and do everything I can to get you to not like me so you can take the truth from someone you don't like. That's how it's got to be. And when I say take it, I don't mean accept it and believe it because I say it. I mean hold it and fucking walk with it and get the feedback. Get the firsthand experience yourself with higher self. The teaching is a non-teaching. Right? I can only show you who or what I am that am is, and then point you to the practice where you discover it with you and walk with it. They don't want that because that's work, that's testing and challenging. You're going to have to repent and reform yourself on every level, and it's going to take a lot, and you're not going to like it at times. It's going to be very challenging and testing. They don't like that. They don't want that. They reveal that they want. We go to places where we all like each other for whatever reason because you're fucking identified and you're in a cult of personality. That's what got us here. Every time they talk and think they're being slick and they're bringing solutions, they're revealing the problem that got everything here they're complaining about. It is so magical and fascinating on the psychological, sociological level, on the spiritual level. That's why I say holographic and reflective. Every statement reveals the core of the beingness, and the core of the beingness never changes. So no matter which thing they go to and talk about, that state of beingness, like the state of California, the state of that they're in shows itself every time. This is the cornerstone of reverse engineering in criminology. This is how you find out who's dishonorable, bad faith, and criminal, by taking their words and reverse engineering the core of the sentiment that sits in their beingness, in their heart, and then the thoughts that they play like cards to try to hide what's in their heart and reshape it and represent it, right? This is why he's a legal scholar, because he's just like the lawyers who wear the mask and use the playing cards to try to distort what it really is into something that looks and sounds different than what it is. That's shape-shifting Luciferianism. That's why he keeps failing and getting kicked in the ass. That's why he can't figure out why I keep walking out of court half a dozen times with nobody and nothing other than that, and that's way more than enough.
You can go to a channel where there's going to be somebody who enjoys you, dude. So
this isn't about going to places where you enjoy and be enjoyed. This is about going to places where you're triggered because you're facing truth you don't want to face. It's the exact opposite of what you say it is and should be. Thank you for revealing yourself and how you operate. I'm teaching a whole generation of women out there too how to leave their men or go get a better man because they can reverse engineer what all these inauthentic corporate males are lying to them about. Thank me later. I accept blowjobs and half of whatever you take from these corporate males when you get divorces. I'll go down the list of things I accept, like the corporation. I accept portions of the 50% you took from these beta males at court, whether they're legal scholar or not, because they suck at everything they do and they get embarrassed everywhere they go. Court's no different. I accept a portion of the 50% you took that these slaves worked for to give to you, and as they should. They had to set you up for what they didn't set you up for spiritually. They had to set you up for financially. There's always a sacrifice one way or the other. And I also accept blowjobs. Again, with no contract and no obligation. I'm not like your governance and your politicians and all the rest of it. Just a good value, good faith, honorary blowjob for the service and the work put in, right? Service for service, value for value. Because I'm saving you another 5 and 10, 20 years, 20 lifetimes, dating and interacting with a bunch of corporate beta males who look in your face and try to tell you reality is something different than what it really is. And you would never know, and you get gaslit and go out of your mind unless you have these particular set of skills where you can reverse engineer and get to the subpsychology of what's really going on. So you don't get gaslit and be driven crazy because you're a woman and have intuition and something in you's telling you, this is fucked. And you should always listen to that and follow that. It's probably going to lead you here. And then you're going to get the laundry list of all the this is fucked content that your intuition is just blaring about. And they tell you, no, sweetie, don't worry about that. You're just scared, right? Daddy's here. No, mommy has intuition and it's ringing off like a bell that you're not who and what you need to be. And it's a threat to the future lineage of her children and her security. That's the whole point of why a woman has certain intuitions and fears, because she's not physically capable of defending off all the scum. She's got to be 10 feet away and go, whoa, stay away from that predatory motherfucker. Yeah. So we evolve a bit differently, right? We adapt a bit differently. Man got to run head first into the slavery and be in it and not know he's in it. The woman, if her intuition is activated, it's just like lighting up going, oh my God, what is this? The fuck is going on inside of me? Something's wrong around here. Listen to these beta males that have you on medication, right? To try to numb it out and block it out because they just don't want to face where it all is really stemming from, where it all comes from.
I regularly do, man. I have bailed out 23 people out of jail in the past 4 years. I say what I meant to say is myself.
He's now, I can't even get through more than 3 seconds. He's now taking credit for, I'm going to urinate on myself. He's now taking credit for bailing people out when the word is right there, bail. You're bailing people out spiritually from what they got themselves into. You're paying to be let go. Don't you understand that's Babylonian and satanic? There's 2 ways you can sacrifice. There's 2 ways you can sacrifice. You could give up your time, energy, attention for what's right, or you could try to pay your way here. You didn't do anybody any favors by getting them deeper into karmic debt with the dark side of the force because you just won't go with faith and do what's right. Sit your bitch ass in that cell and find God and yourself and what's right and come out and do it and be it. You don't deserve to be out here and bailed out. Bailed out for what? So you can go back to Mammon and Molech and get sacrificed again in the fiery pit? Boy, you Babylonians are hilarious.
And Team DLZ, people who've all donated. We bailed 23 people out of jail in the past 4 years. So yeah, I like that. No, Septimus Fortune. I don't think that all cops, I think all cops are bad, but not all cops are bad people. Do you understand that? All cops are bad in their current form, but not all cops are bad people. Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference in that mentality? Do you see what I'm saying? I can tell you this, Septimus. If you have my plaque or my trifold in your car, the difference between you going to jail and not going to jail is dramatically lower. If you have my plaque or my Fifth Amendment trifold, if you have either one of these in your car that you got on deletelaws.com, the chances of you going to jail are dramatic.
You're completely lying again. He doesn't stop lying. I don't have any of that. I'm 6 for 6. Whether I go to court or I tell him I'm not coming back. Didn't require a trifold or a pamphlet. You, every time you're arrested, wind up going to jail and paying hundreds of thousands of dollars and still lose. You couldn't lie any harder, and it couldn't be the exact opposite of what they say it is. And you know how you know who's who and what's what? Because at the end of this broadcast again today, the 2000th broadcast, I don't have anything to sell you motherfuckers. I told you a whole lot, but I didn't sold you a whole lot. He's everything that ain't nailed down right now to pay his fees because he's so deep in debt. Paulie don't have no debt. He don't have anyone he's got to suck dick for and had strings for like Pinocchio and lie all day every day. I can come here for the next 1,000 days straight and never get a motherfucking thing, and I'm going to be good. Because I put myself in that position to do the work I do and not be subject to more temptation than necessary. If only everybody had that fucking vision and that will and that discipline and that wherewithal, right? To not have to come on here and desperately, guys, for 2 hours, hawk your garbage that doesn't even work for you and claim it works for everyone else. Incessantly. Because you're so deep in debt, you're so in bondage and vice, that you now have to sell your soul and everything that's not nailed down to try to bail you out. See, you bail them out of jail, and then who's going to bail them out of life? Right? When they're in their citizenship that's full of holes because they can't navigate the waters of commerce or the waters of life, who's going to bail them out as men on the street day to day when they're not accountable and responsible? When they're Babylonian, selfish, and greedy, money hungry? That's right. You can't. That's why they need to stay in there. They say, Paulie, I thought you didn't like. Wrong again. Cause and effect, based on what's necessary and proper, the story changes. Just like I had to go to jails and rehab to sit with myself and meditate and open my mind and heart, search myself and find God, right? Because daddy and the rest of the system and all the other losers and fake friends on the street aren't going to bail me out of my whole life for the rest of my life. That's why this is my point. You can't help these people who won't help themselves, and God's not helping them. They don't need help. They need God. People who consistently need help don't have God. If they had God, they wouldn't constantly need help that never gets them anywhere. Because they want to bail out of everything. Makes sense why they're cursed and constantly in bondage and vice and debt. Either monetary debt or debt to their daddy, the devil.
Lower, dramatically lower. You would go to jail if you answered a question wrong. If you tell the cop where you're coming from or where you're going to, you could go to jail. That's why I sell these products. You know, by the way, if you guys don't,
you can't even say it with a straight face and believe it. You sell those products because you got to pay all your bills for your debt. You don't do it to help everyone. You're a covert narcissist. You never thought about doing anything that was objectively beneficial and beneficent to others without you getting a fucking payoff. Who are you kidding? I'm the guy who gave up all the development deals and the big channels and the products and services and the papers and the legal counsel for hours at a time of money. I gave it all up. Ask them out here. You know how I built a reputation? By word of mouth. Ask all the motherfuckers who, when they need to go to court and have a problem, who's available? For nothing. Not for nothing. For everything. What do you think of that? I mean, nothing. Nothing. Everything. Who's the only guy everybody can get a hold of no matter who you are or where you're at? Right, me. The guy who's, whether he likes the people or not, for the people in their pursuit to be free. Not you. You don't have a link, a panel, can't get a hold of you, no number. No, we can't find you. We can't get a hold of you. You run from calls when I call you here. But he just wants to help everyone and make stuff better. Bullshit. If you wanted to do that, you'd have been off YouTube like I was for 2 years in Zoom calls, getting fucking dismissals before anybody knew and heard of me. Doing a regular broadcast, non-cast like you do about jack shit. The sad, pathetic part about this is these lying, cowardly grifters don't even understand that God would prepare blessings for them and give them everything they needed and then some. They wouldn't have to charge anything if they just did the work and were good people. You'd get everything you needed and then some. Even if it was a bit less than what you get from your grift. I'd rather take $10,000 less or $50,000 a year less, still have everything I need and then some, and not have to sell my soul to get the extras. That was the game. You failed at that too. They fail on every test and challenge. Amazing.
Don't know me. I invented the trifold in 2021, and let me tell you what I did. I gave away so many trifolds that I ended up being $5,000 in debt. In 2021, when I invented my very first trifold, I was so happy that people had a way to use a piece of paper to show the cop I invoked my Fifth Amendment right, that when I was in Ironton, Ohio, I gave away so many trifolds. And then there was another thing that I did also. I did a fundraiser for,
How does that even make any sense? He's lying again somehow. I can't figure out how, but how could you be $5,000 in debt if you take $5,000 and buy trifolds and give them out? You can only be in debt if you got the trifold money on credit, printed them up, gave them out, and then had to pay it back. So I don't even know what that means. You're $5,000 in debt. Why? Because you didn't have the $5,000 to put out for your own shit? Because most corporate whore slaves, no matter how much money goes through their hands, can't come up with $5 or $10,000 at a time when they need to fund their own projects because they're not a boss. They're a fucking slave. Every one of them, they reveal over and over the same old story. I went to go fund my activism on credit and then gave it all away and then was in debt for it. Well, that's why you fund all your own shit, so you can never be in debt. You just take a loss, and it recoups on the back end. It's a loss leader. But you wouldn't know anything about that because you're so deep in debt and you're so money hungry and greedy that whatever comes in, 10 more goes out. They're always playing catch up. They're always digging out of the hole, and they never quite get there. It's called living beyond your means.
a fundraiser for the widow of James Sheets, Christy Roan. And what I didn't know is I didn't know that YouTube took 40% of your money off the top of super chats. I didn't know that.
Right.
So I gave away so many trifolds that I overextended how many, right? Like by thousands of dollars. And then I did a fundraiser for Christy Roan and we raised her over $10,000 in super chats. And then I gave her all $10,000. What I didn't know is that YouTube took 40% of my money. So there was like $4,000 right there. I think we did like $8,000 for her on that live stream that we raised for Christy. And a lot of it were super chats. And I gave her all the money. so I fucked myself so hard. So I was $5,000 in debt. And then a couple people, I'm not going to say their names, but they reached out to me when I was in Youngstown and I was completely upside down and were like, how are you going to pay rent? And I was like, I don't know. And a couple people came in and bailed me out, but I was $5,000 overdrawn because I had this trifold and I was so excited about it. So,
right. So he admits he's such a great business person and so disciplined that he overdraws his account or his affairs $5,000 because he doesn't know the corporate beta males around him are using him and sucking him just like he is everyone else. What else don't you know, DeCastro? He's willing to admit he doesn't know this because it's going to get him more money, he thinks, but I think there's a lot of shit you don't seem to know. What I'm gathering. So again, all these guys who act like activism and rights and freedom requires a bank account and money. It doesn't. You just got to be able to fund yourself to eat and live while you're doing whatever you're doing. That's why you're supposed to put yourself in a position where you live within your means and you bring your bill down to like $1,000 a month or less. And then you save, you work, you reinvest and save to where you put away $100,000 or so. And then if you got to go do like a year, 2, 3 years in jail, whatever it is, you come right back out and get right back to it and nothing is gone or lost for it. No, we don't have that. We have a guy living on credit in debt who's overdrawing his account to fund his bullshit papers that don't work for him so he can build a brand and gaslight and grift more people on a mass scale without ever actually getting to the fucking work and the resolution. What a surprise, huh? He just ticks every single box for inauthentic corporate mail, down to the red glasses he used to wear that he changed after I started doing the bit with Jennifer's glasses here. Doing the affect with my red glasses about how I'm a legal scholar. Like a couple weeks, months after that, his iconic red glasses changed to black glasses. So we're helping here. We're doing a service. Yeah, it's just every box with these folks. They tick every box and they just keep yapping and yapping, lying and gaslighting, projecting, denying, deflecting, using, abusing.
Is that right? Audio and video is desynced.
Dark Reverend, we'll see you later. You now scrolled my chat with 20 comments. There you go. You're running out anyway, so that's good. We don't need you here. We don't need the projection that everybody here's schizophrenic because you can't understand simple ideas about reality. This is so low level throwaway. It's really embarrassing at this point. Everyone who speaks in a way where you can't understand has to be crazy and schizophrenic. Maybe you're just a retard. Go join the rest of the masses of the population of the public in their retardation and ignorant, arrogant, know-it-all syndrome.
Oh, you got blocked, bro. Bro, how'd you get blocked, dude? Oh, I see. You're starting to troll, huh? Yeah, you can't start the troll, bro. You can't start to troll. If you start to troll, the moderators are professional troll.
What's up with this?
Audio and video is desynced. Oh, you got blocked, bro. Start the troll, bro. Watchers. They'll just kick you out of here, dude. You got to be cool, man. You got to be cool. We may not agree. And listen, I don't mind if you...
Guys, you can't call us out and hold us accountable. You got to agree implicitly or you're gone. Because if you try to talk truth, we're going to get exposed for the grifters that we are. Guys, just be cool. Just be cool. And he's complaining about the government and the system that's oppressing him while he's mirroring it, lying, cheating, stealing, gaslighting, grifting, using the public, not bringing them the service of keeping them safe and keeping them free, and doing it all for payment. And then if you don't like that and go along with that, he's going to like censor you and block you. But he's complaining about the same system he's replicating on every level. Fascinating again. There it is again. Wonders why it's all going to get worse because you just did it all right there in that one moment. It's not trolling. Trolling is when they come here like that guy and call me schizophrenic and crazy and that I'm not saying things that matter. That's lying and trolling. People coming to you and asking you, did you cry at court? Why you call yourself a legal scholar, but you can't use your own products at court and you fail miserably? That's not trolling. That's holding you accountable. He wants a world where we don't hold men and women who say they're going to do certain things and do the opposite accountable. That's why you get the government you deserve. Go run for politics and bring your game on the road. You're just like them.
You don't agree with me. I mind if you're an asshole.
They look the same. They sound the same. They have the same affect. They have the same audiences even. You go into the chat box of the audience and you'll see all the same types of people who would gather around a person like this. Weak, cowardly, fake, shallow, materialistic, false patriotic. You try to bring them the truth or challenge them on their nonsense and they just tune you right out and block you and go back to their hallucination in middle suburban America. He knows his audience and who he's playing to and grifting on, just like I do. He is. He's a fascinating character, this DeCastro, because I know beyond his veneer, he knows what I'm saying is true. He knows that he's just an ultimate con man, thug, gang banger for his gang. All right, that's all this is. Just another tribalistic gang of liars and grifters and the constituency of a liar and a grifter, just like their government and their systems. 10 out of 10 boxes every time. And they're going to complain and cry why culture and society winds up the way that it does every time.
You know, see what I'm saying? And so, yeah. So anyway, so I was $5,000 overdrawn in Youngstown, Ohio, had no money. And
that's why he needs, that's by the way, why he needs 12 members of his team. I don't have a team. He needs 12 members of his indoctrinated team to sit around all day, every day and wait for someone to come in and question so they can zap him right out. Another team of agents and thugs to scrub the truth from the record so that they can continue their fraud and their grift, just like the government.
One of my friends contacted me and said, "Hey, are you okay?" And I said, "No." And then, yeah. And then another friend of mine, and then there was 3 different people that all contacted me and said, "I heard you're out of money." And I was like, "Yep, I'm out of money. I was at $0. I was at 0. I was at $0. So nice, Timothy. I appreciate that, dude.
How do you get to a point in your life where you're almost in your 50s and you're constantly riding around in new nice cars and you got big homes and everything is shiny and nice and cute and new and pretty and not have any money or any assets of value or be liquid at all? How does that happen? How does that work? No one's going to ask that though, right? None of his well-to-do, sophisticated, civilized, responsible, accountable audience going to ask him how he took his account down to 0 for a $5,000 mistake at 48 years old. Running around telling everybody he's an alpha male and new cars and new homes and all the rest of it. Yeah, it's all bullshit. Just like the rappers nowadays and the performers nowadays. They don't own anything. They're not liquid. It's all borrowed money from the label. They got to pay it all back. All the shit that they're showing is all a front. It's all on credit. At some point, they take it all back and they're worse off than when they started financially. They're now in debt. They did something that was supposed to make them 1 million views and $1 million and serve 1 million people. And instead they lied, put out some bad game and wound up deeper in debt and had to pay the label back. Same old fucking story over and over again with the fake ass gangsters and honorable, non-honorable wannabe leaders with their bad game they put on wax. It's always the same fucking garbage.
Life under pressure. Y-Town, Youngstown.
Do the math,
right.
Playboy, on that account. That's what you need to do.
Like the sound come after like second half an hour. Is that right, Kane? When the walls start to come down? Plenty of free speech in here, life under pressure. There'll be no trolling though. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dirty, clean money is not everything, but I need enough to hire this attorney. Oh, I know that. I saw you have rights. I saw the board.
Someone go over and comment on Delete Laws' message board there because he's not live anymore and ask him if he's a legal scholar and constitutional and sells the cards and have it all memorized, why he has to keep hiring attorneys for 15 to 100 grand at a clip every time they want to turn around and wipe their ass. We don't do that here. The people who come here don't do that here. Why is he doing it when he's the legal guru who's leading everyone in selling products? We're all confused. How that works.
Bullshit they were trying. They were starting to troll. I saw it. We see it. You're still here. Life under pressure, said Mikey B.
By the way, I don't know why you're saying we see it like you got some kind of vision. You're going to see more of it. I'm going to continue to cover you here over years. Hopefully, faithfully, you sue me so we can get into court and I can do content and build off that and whoop you for free. Hopefully you do that, because you can't do that because it's not defamation. I know you and I've experienced you and I really believe what I'm saying. I'm not repeating known lies. So you really can't sue me for anything. But you're going to get more of it. So I hope you got your peepers wide open, Jeepers Creepers. You're going to see a lot more of it, because I'm going to continue to inspire and encourage people to hold everyone in their vicinity liable. And they're going to be inspired more and more to do that, because when they know we need that, we all know we need that. See, really, DeCastro, it's for your own good, right? Daddy and his acolytes, as the guy said the other day, love you. It's just going to be some tough love, true love, keyword true, whether you like it or not. You're going to do and be and have better by the end of this. Or your ego's going to die trying. All right, like 50 Cent. You're going to get rich in spirit, or your ego's going to die trying. It's a new album.
Who is it? Who is it? VD? VD, who is it? Who is it, VD? I don't know who you're talking about. Can you help me, VD? I don't know who it is. Lots of bootlickers. I got to sign out. It's 4 a.m. Oh, shit. Is it that late? Is it that late? Is it 4 a.m.? I don't know what's going on. I can't keep up with the chat. There's too many. But if it's 1 o'clock in the morning, I should get the flock out of Dodge. Listen, go to my website right now. I'll give you 2 for 1. Get a trifold. I'll give you an extra one for free. Get a trifold. I'll give you an extra one for free. If you get a plaque, I'll give you cop cards for free. Go to my website, deletelaws.com. You'll get an extra pair of cop cards for free with it. If you go to my website and you get cop cards, I will give you an extra pair of cop cards for free. Extra pair of cop cards for free. Okay, there it is. Is it 1 o'clock in the morning? I should get the fuck out of here. DLZ Valcry, nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Listen, I got to get the fuck out of here. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I had a good time. I'm sorry I wasn't.
What covert, narcissistic, fake-ass man sits there and actively in his mind? This shows you how much he's in his mind. Actively sits there and decides to censor his curse words. God, you are cringy and embarrassing. I got to get that out of here. Absolutely pukey. You want to vomit just listening and watching these people. Just like the Playboy. God help us. This is what's relatable and identifiable. Any town USA across America. This is the average person and what's relatable and identifiable. It's amazing to me. On America. Fake and gay. Well, listen, I contend everybody's a little gay. It's a whole other conversation nobody really wants to have. Everybody's a little gay, I feel even more than a little bit gay than I did coming in here, just sitting with him and listening to him and his garbage. God. Oh, well. What else do we got? Questions, comments, concerns? Another day in a light age, dark age, simulation, synchronistic cycle. Woo. All right, we can woo a little bit. Why not? It's been a while. Let's get the woo energies up. We got this. I'm about to get to it and not get to it at the same time, but all right, let's take a look at it. Let's see what's here. We got this. This is a property I was looking at. They got a POA It's a declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions. This declaration, by the way, if you'll notice a theme here, this is exactly how they set up the corporation you call the country. It's all the same format. This declaration is made by First American Title Insurance Company, a California corporation, as trustee. Hello? Did everyone get that first line? This is, again, more evidence of holographic reflective. This is just a POA agreement at one of the properties I was thinking about getting. And within that one document for that property is revealed the whole system and the chain of title and the practice for how they took a whole land and its people through a corporation and a company as trustees, where you give up your right to property to be kept safe. And of course, you get some duties and obligations. All right here, folks. You understand this POA contract and how it all moves and works. You'll understand the whole country and the whole legal awful system and the differences therein of status, standing, and title. So there's your declaration of dependence. This declaration is made by First American Title Insurance Company. So they're going to ensure that your property is titled something different, and they're going to hold it in that title so they can have control and upkeep and maintain it for safety, of course. A California corporation as trustee. Trust number 8288 as to Unit 1, referred to as trustee, acting on behalf of its beneficiary. Okay, so we have a declaration. We have the agents we're going to upkeep and maintain for safety. And we have the beneficiary, which is man and woman. This is another form of trust. That's why when you go to court, they say, "In God we trust" behind them. Because it's all a corporation holding property to upkeep and maintain it for man and woman when he or she returns by the corporation as trustees. But they say I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about here, but it's line for line, every dynamic from top to bottom on the lowest level. So of course it's the same on the highest level because holographic reflective. An Arizona limited liability company, right? We're going to upkeep, maintain, and hold all property while sticking you with the liability because that's what a corporate mail does. I have all the usage, upkeep, and maintain of the property, but I don't have ownership of it. So I don't have the obligations. I'm going to use it, upkeep it, and maintain it and control it and stick you with the obligation. See how it works? This is the own nothing, be happy routine. It started with your country 250 years ago. / corporation, the land, the people, and the trust. They're now doing it with all your property in POAs and HOAs. The Shaitan, the Luciferi, is replicating its system of safety again. It wants it all. It's coming for your soul and everything that extends off of it. Willow Creek Ranch unit, according to blah, 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 results survey recorded, declarant hereby declares that all the parcels or any portion thereof described above shall be held, sold, conveyed, subject to the following covenants, conditions, and restrictions, all of which are for the purposes of enhancing and protecting the value, desirability, and attractiveness of all the parcels, and all of which are hereby declared to be for the benefit of all the real property described herein and the owners thereof. Just going to keep you safe and make your life better, don't you know? I can only imagine. The purpose of these restrictions and covenants and conditions is to assure the use of the property for attractive residential and non-commercial ranch purposes. Now, do you see the problem we're going to get into here now? The same problem we always get into in courting is there's women out there who think the guy in the tie with the glasses is just so cute and sweet. They're really attracted to him. He's so attractive. And then there's the woman next to her who wants to vomit when she looks at one of these inauthentic corporate limp dick beta males. So when you use the term to continue to secure an attractiveness to the property, well, guess what's attractive to me? Because I'm a white nigga, remember? When I show up, apparently, this is not attractive to me, but this is where I am right now. And there's cars everywhere, like abandoned cars everywhere. And there's various targets that have been shot to hell by someone doing target shooting. And there's various like pit bulls and cane corsos roaming around the property. There might be a few illegal Mexicans with some really good weed hanging around. I'm really feeling attracted right now and attractive. The rest of you aren't going to like that. You're not attracted to that. So now you're going to use your covenant and your supposed trust with your contracts to upkeep and maintain safety and attractiveness, and you're going to marginalize me and my people and our culture and the way we live, and you're going to turn me into a nigga slave like you always do. Isn't that right? Of course it is. And of course, we can meet somewhere there in the middle, potentially, if we're rational and reasonable and sensible. I'm just giving you a bit of a expounded rap, right? They're going to tell me, it's not safe and attractive to have targets up and shooting. This isn't a legal licensed range. So I have private property at 150 acres, but I can't use a gun there and practice using my guns because it's not safe and attractive. To who? Right, to the inauthentic corporate beta males and females who've taken over your society and all your property. Right, we have to do what's attractive to them. You know, it's not attractive enough around here. Maybe bring some drones in and some steroided men in uniforms and black uniforms and red and white lights. Let's bring in a bunch of legal scholars and lawyers to double talk in this type of tone. Take everybody's rights and property. That's attractive. Oh, let's give 15 shots and poison the water in the sky for safety. Attractive. Yeah. Definitions as used here in association means Willow Creek Ranch property owners association as referred. Bona fide first mortgage means really mortgage or deed of trust made in good faith or in value properly executed and recorded. By the way, there we go. Good faith. After all that, takes a beta male 8,000 fucking words till we finally get down to the one concept that matters. Good faith. Imagine that. Declaration means declaration of covenants. Owner shall mean and refer to the record owner. There it is. There it is. They didn't see it. They didn't see it. But in one moment, the lawyers took your property again. We're going to redefine owner. And what does it mean? It means it refers to the record owner. You're not the owner of the property anymore. You own the records of the property. Like when they say, I'm a title holder, right? Yeah, you're not the owner. You hold the title. The owner is those who control. He who controls owns. That's the beta males you gave everything over to. They own it. The state owns and controls it because they regulate it. You hold the title. What does the title say? What does it call you? A slave and a bitch. Great title to me. Makes sense. So there it is. They just lawfully converted your property. It would be unlawful conversion, but you signed the paper and agreed to it and didn't redefine the words and terms, right? They did. An owner is the one an owner is going to be defined as the one who holds the paper, not the one who owns the actual property. How could that go wrong? Whether one or more persons or entities of fee or equitable or beneficial title to any parcel, including trustee and declarant, whatever. Owner shall include the purchaser of a parcel under an executory contract for purchase. The foregoing definition does not include persons or entities who hold an interest in any parcel as security for the performance of an obligation. What? Let's break that down from beta male legal corporatist speak to a man's language, if we can. The foregoing definition does not include persons or entities who hold an interest in any parcel as security for the performance of an obligation. What I gather from that is it means people who put their money non-money in, but don't hold the title or possession to the property, but are undertaking a securitized obligations without any claim to ownership. Sounds a lot like this unspoken social contract in society. The security for the performance of an obligation. Yes, the same exact system they use to get your credit debt system in banking to get all of you with no money to trade promissory notes, and then not understand that every one of those paper contracts you sign, they pass around to court, is a securitized instrument and an obligation for performance. There it is again. There's the whole system right in your face again. You're involved in a society that ascribes obligations to you and uses bonds to compel performance and uses those same bonds as a security. It means they generate value off of your willful compliance and slavery. Isn't that special? All the while telling you don't have a right legally or lawfully to own property without paying to use it and asking for permission. Isn't that special? Parcel means the parcels as shown on the result of survey. There we go again. They're now defining the word they're using for land as the zone on the paper. So they're literally writing up a contract where you're only claiming ownership to a zone on the paper. God. And they spell it right out for you right there. We're not going to call it property. We're going to call it real property, even though we're going to fake it. See the game? It's not property or land anymore. It's real property. The fake title paper you're going to claim to sign and pay ownership for. It's like those scams when they sell you, they put a picture of a car and they say it's $2,000 for the car. And then they send you a picture of the car in the mail and you're out $1,980 because it's a $20 picture, right? Well, you said you were going to send us a car for $20. Yes, I took a picture of the car and told you I'd send you the picture of the car for $2,000. What's the problem? Yeah, it's fraud, is what it is. Could be argued, right? So there they go. It's no longer property. It's real property. And what is real property? A parcel. And what is a parcel? You claiming ownership to the zone on the survey, on the paper, connected to the paper that is the title. They're writing you right out of possession and ownership of your own property and making you sign that you agree you own the zone on the paper, but not the actual land. They did the same thing with the state of and United States, and you still don't get it. Beyond fascinating. You got to give it over to these people and their fucking pimp game. Bravo. Got a whole humanity, a whole race, a whole generation to sign over all their rights and property by convincing them they're in and a part of something that doesn't even exist. God, that is amazing. The inner dark side of me, the criminal who I've tried to discipline and redirect because I need to and everyone else needs to. God, that thing in me just fucking salivates. I can't believe these people and what I don't want to be like that and live like that. It's bad for me and everybody else, but it's still within me. The criminal beingness, the mindedness is still within me. And it just gets a hard on. I have to respect the level of pimping and hoeing and slaving and the willingness to comply and just so broad mass scale. You couldn't come up with a better scheme and scam than this and get them all to beg for it and do it. Property means the real property described in the result of survey or any part thereof. Really. Result of survey or survey map means the result of survey of record and subsequent results of survey included by expansion pursuant to Section 4 as may hereafter be amended as prepared by declarant and recorded in the office of the Mojave County, Arizona. Recorder. Property Owners Association. They're hereby created the Willow Creek Property Owners Association. There it is. It just poof, right out of nowhere. It now exists on paper. Another corporation. Purpose of the association is to maintain and improve the roadways along with the gates and fences. There's your government again. The roads. First line, the roads. Each and every parcel owner is accepting a deed or contract for any parcel, whether or not it shall be so expressed in such deed or contract, automatically becomes a member of the association. Hello! Same again. If you sign the birth certificate and you claim U.S. citizenship, we're invoking the trust we created out of thin air and therefore the corporation. And once you sign and agree to be part of our social contract, You are an associate of the association / corporation, and you are now stuck with the association's duties and obligations. That's what they did to your whole land and all the people and all your property. It's all right here in this HOA POA. All you have to do is learn how a lawyer scum steals all your soul, your rights, and property. Doesn't steal it, gets you like Shaitan to give it all over and love it. Kill, steal, destroy through deception. You will love your slavery and servitude. Your sweetie will come right in the door with a bouquet of flowers and say, honey, we got ourselves some real property over here. We just got to sign our lives away and all the ownership to the property to these fucking small-hatted legalists. And oh boy, are they going to upkeep and maintain our roads to keep us safe. That's great, honey, because we're dyed-in-the-wool slaves and don't care to know how anything works. And then 20 years later, when they're old and ripe for the picking, they come along and they take everything. And your weak-ass children don't stand for you and help you because they don't know shit either, and they don't have any balls because you raised them to be a bunch of fucking cowards anyway. Let's be real about it. All right there. Cannot make this up. Everywhere you look, and it's right there again. Automatically becomes a member of the association and agrees to be bound. Ooh, we're in bondage again, like a good Babylonian. Ooh. Where's that guy from back in the Jack Benny days? I forget that guy's name. Agrees to be in bondage by such reasonable rules and regulations as may from time to time be established by the association. Oh, these are really reasonable people. They can come up with thousands of reasons to take your rights and control you. Bet on it. They are reasonable. No doubt about that. Membership shall be appurtenant and may not be separated from ownership of the parcel. So if you own the thing that's like your property but is not your property, you agree implicitly to be part of the organization and to upkeep our rules from time to time that are for safety, and they're so reasonable. There's your unspoken social contract again. I cannot overstate this. I could loop this 10 times right now and they'll not get it, and I cannot overstate the gravitas here. And they're going to sit there and tell me I'm a crazy schizophrenic and don't know law, contract law, and how it all applies when it's all right there. From the declaration to the declaration to the titling of the personage and the legal person to the establishing of the corporation, the membership, to the ascribing of duties and legal obligations, to the declaration and statement that you don't own the property. We are upkeeping and maintaining it. We're going to let you use it for a fee if you follow our rules. That's the public body politic and the unspoken social contract again. It's right there on a micro and macro level, and that's how you defeat it. That's how you get around it. That's how you avoid the duties and obligations of it, by understanding how it all applies, who, what, when, why, and how, and replicating your own. I now hereby declare the existence of Paul Unslaved and his godly supernatural rights. I declare that he has an infinite right to own, use, upkeep, maintain property of and by and for God within reason, if we're going to use that term. I am not subject to any statute, policy, and code, which is color of law, interfering with my rights or my usage of property. Any attempt to interfere with my rights, to ascribe duties and obligations to me of such society, will be taken as an act of war. Essentially, I don't know if I would use that term, act of war, will be taken as an unlawful aggression. How about that? That sounds better. Don't care, not interested, not a part of it, won't join it. I'm going to go there and get the property and sign NA, and I'm going to laugh in your face, because when you try to bring up that bullshit contract to court, it's going to have no standing, because I never had a meeting of the minds and I never signed it and agreed, and I'm going to laugh at you. And I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want on that property from here on out, and I'm going to parcel it out 10 ways so that if you come and take me and find me, there's 9 more parcels and 9 more people attached. Guess you're going to have to bring us all. Guess you're going to have to litigate with all of us. Guess you're going to explain how all that works. Because I can call it whatever I want and then turn right around and say, no, I called it that there, but then right over here, this is how I'm now describing it, and this is my claim, because I'm fluid and dynamic and I can change my mind and my heart at any time. You don't tell me what to do. I tell you what it is and what it's going to be. And unless you got another man or woman, my fellow man or woman on this land and my part of my community who says I did loss, injury, and harm, is interfering with their rights, you don't have any standing. You don't have an ability to move a court on me. You can't take anything from me, but I can take from you. And that's going to be the next layer of this. That's what we're going to have to do. And that's what this is going to become. Wizard is detailing some stuff in the chat. Wizard, I don't know what game you're playing or like what we're involved in here, but like you can come on up here or call in and like, you know, I know that you said you're never coming on panel again and you're totally able to stick to that. It doesn't seem like you want to, nor is it really necessary. Like if you can just let me rant and ramble and run court here and get in where you fit in, then we got no problem. Don't step on my toes. Do the dance. Let me go to you when necessary, or get in when I take my little breaths, you know, and my pauses. That's on you. I'm giving you the opportunity if you want to do that. Simply because you seem to have a lot of knowledge and or experience to some extent with the material, or you have a passion for it, right? And it'll create a resistance or a reflection point, one or the other. Where was I at? The rights and obligations. Interesting. The rights and obligation. There's your dual jurisdiction again. Natural person, legal person. So they're admitting right in there you have rights and obligations. Natural man has the rights, legal person and the associate has the obligation. The rights and obligations of the owner and membership in the association shall not be assigned, transferred, pledged, conveyed, or alienated in any way, except upon transfer of ownership of such parcel, whether by intestate, succession, testamentary disposition, foreclosure of a mortgage, or such other legal process as now in effect, or as may be hereafter established pursuant to the laws of the state of Arizona. They're not laws, they're codes and policies. The association shall be operated and conducted on a strictly cooperative and non-profit basis. Anybody buying into that? Anybody believing that? Oh, all right. Non-profit doesn't mean what it sounds like. Another spin word and term. Another double speaking. Anyone really believe that these clowns sat around and wrote up all this crap for free? Doubtful. They don't do anything. You never see them unless there's money involved. That's the reality of it. That'll be the day that a lawyer does something without profiteering some way, somehow, right? Yeah, sure. In furtherance of its purposes, which are generally as set forth above, the association shall provide necessary and appropriate action for the maintenance, repair, replacement, and management of the facilities referred to in 3A above, and shall have the right to enter upon a parcel if reasonably necessary. And there's their clause to get rid of your private property, and right there at the end. Isn't that cute? And don't think that we don't all know what that is, because we've been other places. We've lived a full life. We've been other places where they use that excuse to come in and check around. And if they find some marijuana growing or anything else, they're going to criminalize you. So they use that clause in the end there. Well, we're here to upkeep and maintain, and we get access to your property whenever we want. We'll come right the fuck up in your house and look around to keep you safe. And we're now agents of the state. So when we come up in your house to keep you safe, we're going to look around. Anything we see in plain view, we're going to report it to the state and to the association, and we're going to criminalize your ass. See the game. All under the guise of keeping you safe. There goes your property, private property, your rights, your ability to own, your ability to control, upkeep, maintain, and your freedom from search and seizure as well, and all the rest of it. Yeah. And you don't have freedom of expression either, free speech, because if you try to put a sign on the fucking lawn that says you're a bunch of genocided out slaves, they're going to say that's not attractive, Polly boy. Really, too? The Unslavians really love this yard and the signage. This is what court is for, to establish a difference between a legal person and an natural person, a coward and those who are courageous and co-creative. The meek who shall inherit the earth, meek doesn't mean weak, versus the weaks and the dweebs who shall inherit the earth. Wild and free is not attractive to the overly safe, inauthentic corporate beta male. Unless they're going to use their system to human traffic and start wars that they're not going to fight themselves, right? All right, we got to get the hell out of here. I think I did a great job at laying that out. I think it speaks for itself. There's a couple points there, and most people would miss it. And maybe I just projected onto it, and it's all my fucking imagination. But pretty good parlor trick, if so. Seems it's all right there. So yeah, go sit with that. Go look into that. Let it come forth more and more to you. This modality, how it all works, contracting, status, standing, title, jurisdiction, all the rest of it. Back who knows when. Special thanks to contributors and supporters. Links up top. You got a full screen sometimes. They don't show it. And there's an email there. Questions, comments, concerns, offers, materials, videos, audio, songs, whatever you got. Send it all over. And go to imaslave.com and buy like whatever the fuck I got on there. I don't even know what's there anymore, but just buy it because I need money. And who cares if the products and services work? I got a fucking team back here. All right. That's all you need to know. Bye.
They turn birth right into paperwork. Stamped your spirit with a barcode. But laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. There's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. But my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, they'll sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze and trace the trap. I was rolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Just a system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. Then no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small, next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla.
Unslave made me do it. Paul Unslave made me do it. I'm a certified gorilla. Jumped off the porch and I verified the mission. Taking hoes for sport while people getting taken missing. Meetings after dark, doing business with no witness. I heard the popo got a collar. Goofy's on some funny shit. Why the fuck he holler? We was on some dummy shit. Yo, no hablo nada. I think he a little slow in his medulla oblongata. Talking all that shit, then cry to his partner. He ain't about shit. That little pep ain't no scholar. Keep it quiet, keep it tight. Ain't no room for panic. One wrong move and the whole thing static. I'm a certified gorilla. Jumped off the porch and I verified the mission. Taking hoes for sport while people getting taken missing. Meetings after dark, doing business with no witness. He was loud on the front end, soft when the heat came. Started ratting quick, right on the E-way. Wasn't that some shit? I can't believe what he say. Yo, no hablo nada, keep it tall like Rasta. Life's a gamble like Borgata. He the type to get locked up, then blame it on his dada. Paul Unslave made me do it, big surprise, another rata. Keep that same tone, say it with your chest now, better bring your own. If you come for respect, better stand on that. Cause the line get crossed and it don't come back.
I'm a certified gorilla. Jumped off the porch and I verified the mission. Taking hoes for sport while people getting taken meetings after dark, doing business with no witness. I'm a certified gorilla. Certified gorilla. I'm a certified gorilla.
Paul Unslave made me do it.
Tell the man who rules over you.
Tell the man.
Tell the man, tell the man.
Tell the man who rules over you, take his hands off of you. Codes aren't laws, climb out of the coffin fool. The government can't save you no matter what the state says. Don't let them vaccinate you, the truth is out there brainless.
Somebody tell these people, they're not my authority. The devil is a lie, believed by the majority. Stop giving up your rights or your ass is gonna be sorry. You know we told them guns, so watch your step closely.
Nothing over me but God like it's supposed to be. Freedom isn't free, you gotta pay like them groceries.
Somebody tell these people, they're not my authority.
They want your name on paper, want your fear in the line, want your hand in the machine while they sell you the lie. I don't bow to a badge, I don't kneel to the crowd. Keep my house in order and I say it out loud. If the walls start closing in, then I widen my stance. You can chain up the weak, but can't keep down a good man. Don't trade the birthright for a tiny little cage. I'm still here, unshaken, I won't never be your slave.
Somebody tell these people, they're not my authority. The devil is a liar, believed by the majority. Stop giving up your rights or your ass is gonna be sorry. You know we told them guns, so watch your step closely.
Nothing over me but God like it's supposed to be. Freedom isn't free, you gotta pay like them groceries.
Somebody tell these people, they're not your authority.
Oh, Polly boy.
Oh, Polly boy. Damn, bitch, I'm gorilla from the east, ain't got a lamb truck. Only reason Buddy just got robbed, he set his man up. Worried when I'm loud, get worried when I'm saying nothing. The guys out here getting thirsty, they gon' wanna blam some.
Checking slaves if you ain't outside, don't be saying nothing. Fella keep on going back, he's already been a dozen.
Slavin' just jumped off the bench, we caught him and his ass got busted. They act like they wanna bang, but they ain't on nothing. I keep saying to them boys be cool and keep them guns up. It's hard for them to chill, they settle problems with a run up.
OTF unslaved, yeah, them gorillas go crazy. So for their rights, they crash out with no safety. Vengeance ain't ours, go to God, I told them chill.
jail, but lil' bro don't give a fuck, he'd rather go and do a drill.
Baby, playing dumb, ain't out here doing none. 300 days in a row, getting away and it's smoke. Got kinfolks claiming blood, got blood claiming low. I tell them put the flag down, let's take care of our home. The wolves are hungry, gotta eat, so I'm going on my own. Since 2021, they say that P is putting on, but really, in my lane, it's true I've always been alone. Fight cases, I'm like fuck 12, I go to hell. Turn witness, I'm like fuck 12, I'd rather go to jail. Burning out, ain't an option, go and see myself. They say how'd he get free if it was them, they try to tell. These slaves be kinda slow, they're moving on some snail. Ain't no evidence he got dismissed, slaves like what the hell.
OCF a slave, yeah, them gorillas go crazy. So for their rights, they crash out with no safe.
Vengeance ain't ours, go to God, I told him chill. But lil' bro don't give a fuck, he'd rather go and do a drill.
Oh, Paulie boy.
I ain't gon' kill today, I'll pop a pill today. Put on for the city, I'ma really make them feel today. We in the field today, not doing drills today. Not locking down for nothing, even though we sounded ill today. Where I'm from, everybody got a pole. Where I'm from, everybody ain't told. When the J's get to asking questions, everybody face get low. You ain't a slave, everybody gonna know. They ain't a threat, this is how this shit go. Catch another case, then watch it get thrown. No face, no case, I skate. Then I'm gonna drop the low. I'm smoking on chili pepper, smelling just like Masio. Why would I play with one of these slaves when I can KO all of these hoes? Run up broad day on one of these slaves, I must be tripping, need me a smoke. But really, who want the clout? They ain't with the game. We know they goofy, they get jammed out. Fuck is you about? These haters chasing clout, locked up, bing to do my thing. Get dismissed, I'm out. Why the haters still running their mouth, and they feel as they letting it out. They say they want the content till everybody get aired out. Content, these hoes can't get past it. But the way things have been going, now they gonna need some caskets. I ain't gon' kill today, I'll pop a pill today. Put on for the city, I'ma really make them feel today. We in the field today, not doing drills today. Not locking down for nothing, even though it sounded ill today.
Where is I?
Paulie boy. Where's your purpose? Why you ain't free? Living like you nervous. Come and roll with me. Let's be us some service. They ruled over like some clowns. I guess we at the circus. Slaves with no master, with no chains, never be not restrained. They just let they self remain on their knees enslaved. Still singing like them Negro spirituals. Never change. We gon' send these slave owners running to their cage. I will never let these cowards put me in no cage. If you love your shackles, love them. I ain't throwing shade, but I'ma keep my ancestors rolling in their grave. They say they don't wanna leave, they don't wanna go hard. Some people like to be property, some people wanna be owned. Where's your purpose? Like why you ain't free? Living like you nervous. Come and roll with me. Let's be us some service slaves. They ruled over like some clowns. I guess we at the circus. Slaves. I don't belong to nothing. I belong to me. Ain't no throne, no chain, no book gon' decide what I believe. Won't kneel for a crown. I was born to be released. Power in my own hands. That's the meaning of being free. You can keep your rules. I won't live inside your scheme. I'm a mind you can't contain. I'm a fire that's unleashed. If they want a master, let them have that fantasy. I was made to stand up, not to live on my knees. tell nobody, but P, he got a lot of charges. First move he made, they didn't know this shit was promised. Second move he made, they didn't believe it, tried to block it. Third move he made, they couldn't see it was uncommon.
How you wake up when you slaved up? Freedom ain't an option. Not chasing bands, I'm taking stands. Gorilla, keep on stomping. And if they lock the door, we bust it open and we mobbing. We got 300 unslaved, we moving like some Spartans. The pepper folded, he got scolded. Goofy scholar was just sobbing. And if you all stop being real, I'm gonna cause a problem. He talking big, but he ain't winning. How the fuck he selling product? Cowards on the internet and lying while they robbing. Hey, look, don't tell nobody, but P, he got a lot of charges. First move he made, they didn't know this shit was promised. Second move he made, they didn't believe and tried to block it. Third move he made, they couldn't see it was uncommon. Hey look, don't tell the slaves that I got a lot of charges. I was born to keep it real. These other clowns are heartless. They can talk that big talk, but we never see the progress. They just keep on playing safe, but they not keeping it honest. I'm running my own shit like fuck Donnie in Congress. If you slaves still vote and pay, then I'm gonna mock you constant. Love your changer just a slave. You're pimped out and unconscious. How you wake up, know you slaved up. Freedom ain't an option. Hey look, don't tell nobody, but P, he got a lot of charges. First move he made, they didn't know this shit was promised. Second move he made, they did believe and tried to block it. Third move he made, they couldn't see it was uncommon. I'm still going, I'm tired. Ain't gon' sleep, I'm ready to rise. God is on my side. They talking about me, but I'm still gonna thrive.
I got fire in my eyes. Ain't no system gon' make me high. Been held back too many times. Now it's my turn to decide. Soon as I can, they lie. Won't fall for a crown, I move like Christ. I ain't scared of change. All the real ones back, but they know our name. Slave, you better hold your ground. You won't believe what we have found. Head first can't deny what's felt. I played the cards I'm dealt. I put my truth on my back, won't let them turn me into something else. We still gorilla breathing, bet you know we gon' be smelled. Pulling up and popping out, you know we give him hell. He's talking it like he's all about it, but we can tell that it ain't real. And when we start to talk the real shit, we can see he can't sit still. Goofy tried to mock the stats, but it's freedom, no it's facts. Keep it 100 going ass, they don't run it, gotta pass. They keep asking why he's free, I guess he got it just like that.
Like I'm hearing voices from the past, throwing stones won't break the glass. You know my soul more strong than that. They was doubting, now they count. We know they hating, we just laughing. That's just how we gon' react. We don't sleep, little boy, we stay ready for the task.
Keep our hearts and minds intact. We ain't vax or tax or lax. We don't cheat, we're in the lead. In this world, gotta be free. P, they asking who gon' lead. I think it's gotta be you and me. Still drumming like the beat. Can't wait to heal and hit the street. Back in that mode on their ass. Haters smelling like defeat. I'm still up when I'm tired. You ain't gotta sleep, be ready to rise. God is on your side. They talking about you, you still gon' survive. Some fire in your eyes. Ain't no system gon' make you hide. Been held back too many times. Now it's your turn to decide. Soon as he came, they lied. Don't fall for these slaves, better move like Christ. We ain't scared of truth in life. All the real ones know we're right. Slave, better clear your mind.
Tell me what you felt. Head first, can't back down. Play the cards you're dealt.
They out here, they say they out here doing something, where they at? They say they out here moving something, where's the pack? I'ma tell the truth without no filter. The only reason we know them the white gorilla.
In the zoo, I'm the one who's free. No enclosure can hold me, 12 monkeys, but they don't got the keys to the street. They just doing what they told to do.
All I see is cage dates, got me uncomfortable. So I'm out here making a whack.
King Kong in the whip.
I run through they city, they home with the drip. We never see these pussies.
Warriors, come out and play.
I've been getting bored, smashing on these slaves.
They say they out here doing something, where they at? They say they out here moving something, where's the pack?
I'ma tell the truth without no filter. The only reason we know them the white gorilla.
They say they out here doing something, where they at? They say they out here moving something, where's the pack?
I'ma tell the truth without no filter. The only
Paulie be making heat.
Paulie be making heat.
We catching charges back to back and we ain't ratting, it's okay. The ops ain't never on they block, they busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep, bitch, get out my way. Fuck your crap fault, I'm on time if the cops got shit to say. You in OD, acting like a slave. Can't believe he act this lame. Cut him off, this fool of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay. Hey. God on my side, I don't trip, I've been ready for the pressure. He was talking out his neck, now he crying, learned a lesson. No cap, we don't lack, we just move, we don't need extras. If he reach for that car, bet his daddy gon' correct him. I was posted West Coast, rotten apple was the borough. He got locked, he's still outside, got no choice but keep it thorough. Came up off the mud, not a whole hood, no, it's tryna run up with his cars, now it's pepper that we smoking.
We catching charges back to back and we ain't ratting, it's okay. The ops ain't never on they block, they busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep, bitch, get out my way. Fuck your crap fault, I'm on time if the cops got shit to say.
You in OD, acting like a slave. Can't believe he act this lame. Cut him off, this fool of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay.
I've been heavy on my own, never needed extra manpower. They love to speak on smoke, to that pressure bring the man out. Brody got a couple views, wolf and let his mask down. If it ain't about the money, you don't never see these damn clowns. I remember long nights, suicidal in the town. Same ones used to call me crazy, ask me what we gon' do now.
Keep it all in motion, I can't stop this train for nothing. We bringing the real shit back, these other slaves just bluffing.
We catching charges back to back and we ain't ratting, it's okay. The ops ain't never on they block, they busy acting like some slaves. We on the street 300 deep, bitch, get out my way. Fuck your crap fault, I'm on time if the cops got shit to say.
You in OD, acting like a slave. Can't believe he act this lame. Cut him off, this fool of goofy. We gon' leave him where he stay. Oh.
Gorilla here.
These slaves be tough as fuck. These
slaves be tough as fuck until they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gon' stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I might get some charges this summer.
These slaves play macho. They gon' range your ass like Tonto and heavy slaves dancing like Michael. It's gonna cost you some cheese like nacho. I ain't with the cap though, ain't got no license. This like extortion. Feel like I'm drinking one and pop a 4/5 punch that is clock, that's the end of his shift. I don't got patience for fraud and we already exposed him, the scholar just talking. You didn't pay attention, you know that it cost him. Acting like he be on that, so they offed him. I live with a chip on my shoulder, you get on my nerves, smoking and coughing. Get your ass clapped like Lena. Since he thinking he tough, well, a slave, they about to lean you.
Boom! These slaves be tough as fuck until they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gon' stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I might get some charges this summer.
I know my rights. I don't bow to no fake crown. Freedom in my chest, I won't let them shut me down. The badge ain't legit and I don't comply. I answer to the truth, not the lies they supply. Hands up for the people, not the ones who in line. Stand firm in the storm, I get stronger by the hour. Can't on my mind, can't make me cower. I move with the free and I'm staying empowered.
It's fucking till they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gon' stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I might get some charges this summer.
Busy. Ask the ops, they tell you Paul and Slade be on the clock like tick, 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 tick. Ask the crowd about the ops. Damn, with the shit. Ask the block about the work.
They said I couldn't, but who cares? I did. I did.
Now I'm putting on for the city.
Still my ribs, I move grit. Same ones that laugh wanna see it in the picture.
Kept it on moving, no pause, no switch up.
Hands on the grind, I was here in the rain. Now they see me arrive and they feel that pain.
From the door to the plate, from the lock to the key.
But they got it back there, look alive when they see it.
Ask the ops.
They know the name.
Ask the ops.
I don't play that game.
Brick by brick, brick by brick.
I built this flame.
Brick by brick, brick by brick.
Now they say my name.
Tell them check the steps, every scar got proof. Every move I made had a ruthless truth. What they couldn't break made my backbone click. One more time for the town, watch it stack up quick.
Ask the ops, they tell you Paul and Slade be on the clock like tick, 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 tick. Ask the crowd about the ops, they ain't with the shit. Ask the block about the work, we on that flip. They said I couldn't, but who cares? I did.
Bottom of YouTube feels so much better than an asylum.
So much better.
User panel hopper mad at me. I think I know why. User panel hopper trying to figure out how you gon' lie. User panel hopper, no viewership. Coming to see if you lie.
Hey, yeah.
Summertime, Steven's panel skin is milky. Check the wannabe life coach's hoodie is filthy. Another 2 years, maybe Snaps might get his clutch bread. Hopefully he gets it before he ends up dead. A lot of slaves really need to get their weight up, but not Cynthia, she just sucked the whole plate up. It ain't my fault, you guys fucked up your channels. It's not your fault either, you just got boring panels. Maybe you should hit up Daddy and work on your pimp game, or hit up Slow State for some lion and griff game. Maybe you can go hit up Cage Man, flip some of his $10 rags bags. You folks don't have many options, it seems, man. You know that viral is the shit that I come from, but I don't go nowhere no more because slaves dumb. I feel kinda sad that your paper don't stack right. You should call Brown's boy so you panel act right. Got your numbers down, we can feel the channel suck. These slaves are droning. Shut your spot down, you might get your channel struck just for being so boring. User panel hopper mad at me. I think I know why. User panel hopper. Your channel sucks. Nobody cares if you slaves hate me on panel whenever I pop up. They start throwing fists like kids trying to act up. When it comes to stalker haters, you know I got them. From over New York all the way down to Compton. You know Tommy wants to see how his daddy freaks off, hacking through his camera just to sit watch him beat off. I start spitting game at these hoes like a pimp main. Then Laundry shows up jealous all in a twist mane, all spiked out from his COVID shot sex game. Shut your heart down. You can feel the blood clots thump when the blood is flowing. You got spiked now. Fucking with these goofy hoes. Was it worth it? Worth it? Worth it?
Worth it!
You guys are like
Anyways,
tweaking, dude.
Can you tell my partner?
I mean, I don't care if I go to get arrested tonight, bro, but you guys are tweaking, dude.